I sat down right in the middle of the music, having a pause, and I thought my speakers had died or something. But no, it's back. We're good. What's up, Hector? If you have the time and the budget, buy what you want, Jay McCoy. If you don't have the time and the budget, again, play what you want. It's not hard. You don't have to play games at launch if you don't want to. FOMO is only for the weak-minded. Come back to it a year later, 6 months down the road, 2 years later, whenever you have time or the desire. Alright. Let's check our quest listing here. Probably my arrows too. Man, I need to just check all this stuff. I need to sit down and make some food, it looks like. I should probably go sell all these mana potions. I really don't need them. I don't, Jay. I specifically have a video on my channel called Comparison is the Thief of Joy. I can resist everything except temptation. That's a nice quote, Hector. Alright, I have plenty of arrows. You're watching this on YouTube right now, Jay. Go down into the description, into the playlist I have, and you'll find probably 8 or 10 different videos that have all of my thoughts on this game, including some anti-rage bait videos from the last couple of days. I have so much content talking about this game, my thoughts on it, and everything else. Just go watch the videos. That's what I make them for. Oh, the warehouse is in town. Let's do this one next. I think it's in town. Yes. Nah, that doesn't sound familiar to me, Hector. I didn't explore all the caves in that first zone. I came across like 12 or 15 caves and ruins that I was just like, nah, I don't feel like going in there. Well, it really makes me want to come back and play this game as a druid now that I kind of understand the story a little bit more. What am I looking for here? Investigate the warehouse. I feel like I'm supposed to be looking for something that I'm just not finding. I don't remember what I'm looking for in here is the problem. It points me over here, but yeah, there's nothing over here that I can see. I am literally on the spot where it's pointing me to investigate. Probably better look this quest up because I don't remember. Through the cracks. Hang on, somebody's got a YouTube guide. I'm gonna go look at really quick. There's no other information. All right, that's the warehouse. Oh, they waited until nighttime. Does it matter? Oh, it totally matters. Aha! That's why I was there during the daytime. Step into the portal? Apparently we are. Oh, it's been the normal stuff, Devon. Like, I've definitely banned... Like, I literally spent this morning banning about 30 people on YouTube. Like, I'm weeding out the trash right now. It's great. The biggest offender has been the Bethesda one. Like, the one I did about Avowed, like the anti-rage bait for Avowed. Yeah, there's probably 15, 20 people who are like, Avowed sucks, it's a trash game. Alright, bye. But the Bethesda one has had some really nasty commentary that I went through this morning and cleared out like 30 people off of YouTube. They're getting great traffic, which is awesome. This means I'm making good money for those videos. But yeah, there are some people who really fucking hate Bethesda, and I don't get it. I really don't get it. We had one guy this morning who literally put a hashtag, don't trust Todd Howard, he deserves to burn. That was his hashtag. Don't trust Todd Howard, he deserves to burn. Like, I don't understand that at all. Like, people just can't play video games for fun? Like...
No. Who are you? What are you doing here?
Jay says my first ever gaming PC arrives tomorrow. Nice.
Please don't tell me they sent you after me.
So you haven't deserted.
Is that what they're saying? Gods, this is a nightmare. I'd never desert. I swear, the lads are my family. I've got nothing else. I can't believe I'm going to die here. With everyone thinking I'm a traitor. And a thief, too.
Doesn't sound like you're too ready to get out of here.
Of course I am. But it's impossible. I've searched every inch of this place. And there's no way out. Things still fall in from time to time. But that opening only works one way. So, I'm sorry, my friend. But we are well and truly stuck here. At least there's food. But if they move the supplies, we're done for.
If there's a way out, I'll find
I
it.
don't envy you your hope. I know what it's like to lose it. But
Oh, I will keep going back to Starfield
remember what it felt like
for
to
as
have
long as
something
they
to
make
do.
content for it. I love that game. I sincerely think that Starfield is my favorite Bethesda game of all time. I just love it. Like, it's got all the things I love about Bethesda games, and it's science fiction, and it has shipbuilding, and I can fly a spaceship around, and I can be a pirate and steal other people's ships, and it's got, it's like the gift that keeps on giving. I've had a blast. I've done 2 full clears of Starfield. I would happily do a third. Happily do a third. I cannot wait for whatever's coming out of the pipeline next for that game. But I'm also equally looking forward to the Elder Scrolls 6 and equally looking to Fallout 5. I just love Bethesda games. What's up, Bjorn? Alright, we are going up into the creepy castle, it looks like. Yeah, the Oblivion remaster was really good. Jay says I never played Oblivion before. There you go. Yeah, it's like a new. It literally is like a new game. What is this? Uh-oh. Are those unkillable? I hate these things. It's worse when they come at me from multiple angles. Come here. Fuckers. Oh, there's another one? Sounds to me like you just like to complain. Because every single game you play pretty much these days has loading screens. Like, it sounds to me like you're just regurgitating what other people have told you you're supposed to say about Starfield. The other cool thing about Starfield is you don't have to do the loading screens if you don't want to for a vast majority of the things. And you get to put your own screenshots in the loading screens section, which is pretty awesome, which no other game does. Do you know what other game has loading screens? This exactly, Devon. So a lot of games like God of War or Jedi Survival, they'll hide the loading screen when you're doing the like animation where you're crawling through the tunnel, or you're ducking down and you're going under a tunnel, or you go to the side and you shimmy through something. That's a loading screen. When you use an elevator in other games, that's a loading screen. The doors close, the game loads as you're in the loading screen elevator. That's a loading screen. All games use loading screens. It's very, very rare for a game to be truly seamless. So the loading screens argument, the moment I hear somebody saying loading screens when they mention Starfield, I immediately discount their opinion because they're not actually talking about anything legitimate. Because every game has loading screens, and if you're not applying that same critique to every single video game you've ever played, you're just spouting nonsense that some grifter bot on YouTube told you is about. Because every game employs loading screens. Not to mention if you're on something like a Series X or a modern piece of hardware, a loading screen is 2 seconds at most. 1 to 2 seconds. Do you know what game also has loading screens? This game. You know what I haven't seen? I haven't seen a single fucking complaint, not a single video from the Bethesda haters bitching about this game having loading screens. And yet this game has just as many loading screens as Oblivion, Morrowind, Fallout, Fallout 4, Starfield. This game has just as many loading screens. Every single time you enter a building, loading screen. Every time you enter another zone, loading screen. Warehouse, loading screen. Dungeon, loading screen. Cave, loading screen. Crypt, loading screen. Merchant building, loading screen. Where are the complaints about this game having too many loading screens? There are none, because those people are bitching about something that doesn't actually exist. They just don't like Bethesda. So yeah, the whole you don't like the loading screens in Starfield. Nah. Whatever. And if you continue playing a game you say you don't like, that's a you problem. Okay, those Fae are super creepy. I've never seen them before. Man, I hate these. No, I'm staying on story, Devon. The enemies are way too. I'm tired of shooting 50 fucking arrows at things to kill them. Like, it's killing my fingers. Literally killing my fingers to keep pulling the trigger to kill things. So I just kept it on story mode. Even on story mode, some of the boss fights, like, it's taking me 30, 40 arrows to kill the bosses. It's a little ridiculous. Yeah, I love the game, but yeah, it needs some work in that regard. Also, I love that the other part of that comment said that the weapons aren't that great in Starfield. Then you haven't actually played Starfield, because Starfield has, I think it's around 50 weapons, and you can mod all of them, and you can make them into whatever you want. That just sounds like that was a Bethesda hater in chat, is what that was. I don't like Bethesda games. Someone told me I'm not supposed to like Starfield. But yeah, the loading screens conversation is a hill I will die on every time, because those people who complain about story screens are just full of shit. Like, we're going to see a loading screen here in a minute.
My, how word must have spread. I didn't think there were still fools eager to walk in the shadow of my throne.
I still remember, like, EverQuest loading screens. Literally, loading, please wait. Like, every time you zone. Well, yeah, Devon, like, I remember doing a comparison video with Cyberpunk 2077, because I literally would show people, like, we're in an elevator. We can't see anything around us. We're in an elevator, and we're going. That's a loading screen. Like, And it's a non-issue. Every single game has loading screens. It's just how do they mask it? I remember one of the fun ones to have conversations about was when Star Wars Outlaws came out. People went, "Ooh, the landing and takeoff animations, right? For your ship." People were like, "Oh, it's seamless." And the developers literally got on a live stream and said, "No, it's not seamless. It's a loading screen." And you had all of these trolls. It was amazing. All of these trolls who were directly comparing the loading screens on Starfield's landing and takeoff because you have a static animation, right? So every time you land your ship or take off on your ship in Starfield, there is an animation that happens, right? An animation sequence. Like you lose control of your ship and you watch a cutscene of your ship landing or your ship taking off. And all these people saw the Star Wars Outlaws videos and they're like, "Oh, look, it's seamless. You can land your ship, you can take off your ship." And the developers literally got on a live stream and said, no, it's not seamless. You can't actually land your ship and take off. Here's what's happening. You're clicking the land button and we immediately take control of your ship and we move you into a cutscene. Our cutscene is you flying down into the clouds of the planet and into the atmosphere. Once you hit the atmosphere, you'll notice that you lose the HUD. The HUD goes away on your ship, and you're in a cloud environment where you're flying into the clouds. That is a loading screen. We are literally unloading all of the textures and zone of space, and we are loading all of the textures and the zone of the planet. Then you get through the cloud cover, and your ship, still no HUD, your ship then moves into the actual cutscene of you landing on the platform. That is 100% a landing screen or a landing cutscene animation, right? You are not physically landing your ship. Similarly, when you get into your ship and hit the takeoff button, you start off and you are in a controlled cutscene where you're leaving the atmosphere. You hit the atmosphere, you go into the clouds, we unload the planet behind you, and we load space. You exit the cloud, you get your HUD back, and now you're controlling your ship in the space environment. There are absolutely loading screens at play in Star Wars Outlaws, but yet, like all of these trolls who are like, "But Starfield, nah, I don't like the loading screens in Starfield. Look, Star Wars Outlaws doesn't use loading screens." And the developers literally came out and said, uh, "No, kids, we do use loading screens, just like every other game. So you can take that loading screen bullshit and you can shove it, because it just ain't true." Yeah, Hector, the old games that would take forever to load, kids these days that wouldn't be able to handle it. It does have a new game plus mode of some type, because I saw Slandered Gaming starting a new playthrough a couple nights ago, and when I tuned into his live stream, he was just starting his character, and he freaked out because, in a good way, because his new character had like all these rings and a set of armor and all this stuff that had carried over from his previous playthrough. So there is some type of new game plus. I don't quite understand how it works, but for this game, there is some type of new game plus mode when you start a new playthrough.
I am Garrick Tarian, rightful lord of Kunacht, blood of Palamedes, born to rule, my legacy squandered by lesser men, and yet here I sit, not in a hall
Exactly,
of marble,
Hector.
but in
Exactly.
this realm of broken things. Because I made a mistake.
Man, I wish the
Miscalculated
voiceovers were louder in this game.
I toyed with the wrong woman. I thought she was just another pawn in my game, a trinket to be used and discarded. But she was no trinket. She was a Bandrui, a woman of power, of the old ways, and she cursed me for my arrogance. And all I wanted was to live longer.
Survival mode is permadeath? I have no idea. All right. Oh, we're getting new stories all the time, Sherrard, with Starfield. They're planning one DLC every single year, plus the creator store is coming out with content all the time. There have been, like, they just promoted, like, a Watchtower thing. Like, the creator store is full of new adventures for people who want to go into that side of what Starfield is. Like, Starfield has the creator store for a reason. That's there for people who want to live in that universe. Now, as far as official Bethesda developed storylines, they have said one DLC every single year is their plan. Alright, seems like she granted your wish.
Yes, and then some, as you can see. Eternal life. Sounds like a gift, doesn't it? But no, I was not given life. Only existence. Trapped in this mockery of a world, able to watch, to see, but never to touch. I have seen my house crumble. I have seen weak men take what was once mine, and I have seen it all from behind a veil I can never tear.
So what is this place?
This is a prison, woven from the fabric of the weirdness itself. Only those with true mastery over the old ways, druids, Bandrui, could tear a hole in reality and trap something within it. A realm that both is and is not. A perfect, unbreakable cage. For me, it is damnation. A place where time does not move, where the world unfolds just beyond my reach. A theater where I may watch but never step upon the stage. And worst of it all, it is boring. No conquests, no feasts, no pleasure, no purpose. Just an eternity of watching lesser men fumble through history.
Somehow I found my way here, and so did that Camelosian soldier.
The veil between worlds is thinning. The weirdness does not break easily, only when the fabric of reality itself begins to fray. My prison and your world should never
Right,
touch.
Hector, the creator store stuff, those modders are
Stand.
super talented.
Seems the world outside is shifting,
There's some really cool stuff on the
twisting
creator store
ways
for
it was never
Starfield.
meant to. And when that happens, things bleed together. A tale like this should not exist. And yet somehow you've slipped through. Whether that's for good or ill, I suppose we'll find out soon enough.
Can your curse be lifted?
I don't know. I cannot be killed. Not by blade, not by fire, not by time itself. I've tried everything. More times than I care to count. So unless you hold power equal to the one who cursed me, I wouldn't bother reaching for your weapon. You can always duel me, and die for my amusement if that suits you.
Alright. Enjoy your eternity, Gaelic.
Oh, come now. You would leave me to rot in this limbo without one last thrill. I call it the last dance. A simple thing, really. You fight, I fight. And for a fleeting moment, I almost feel alive again. Humor me. Or are you too afraid to waltz with a dead man?
He's got a texture issue with his hair. Alright, let's touch this creepy thing. Correction, he had a texture issue.
I can't believe it. We're actually free. You? How did you manage to get us out of there?
Let's just say I'm a bit special.
That I don't doubt, my friend. Oh, it's so good to be back. Funny, I didn't realize it before, but even the air in that place was different. Guess I'll go report to Shine. Honestly, I'm glad you were there with me. She'd never believe me otherwise.
How do you deal with headaches? So, refresh rate on your monitor is very, very important. Like, if you're going to play long sessions, you need a high refresh monitor. You need to play at the highest frame rates possible. There is a reason I play all of my games in performance mode. If I try to play at a low frame rate on like quality mode and it's like 30 frames or something, if I do that for more than a couple of hours, I get eye strain. Now, I usually play for 5 or 6 hours before I take a break. I usually go 5 or 6 hours, then I take a break, but I still sit here and do work, but I'm not playing a video game. There's a difference between like doing things like creating thumbnails and video editing. There's a difference between that and playing a video game where my eyes are constantly tracking movement. The worst offenders for me are FPS games. So like Call of Duty, any sort of shooting game where I am constantly like tracking lots of enemy movement on screen, and so my eyes are doing this constantly because I'm tracking enemies. Those games in particular will give me eye strain, and you'll see like I'll start to get like redness in my eyes, and I'll get like veins and stuff. Like I'll get full on eye strain from those games. So I play everything in performance mode because I want the games to play at the best frames possible. Having a high refresh monitor is also key so that you can play at a higher frame rate. So those are all keys to help with the eye strain. If you're going to play for more than a couple of hours, you get just everything you could do to help your eye strain. Proper lighting is key. Sitting at the correct distance from your monitor. I used to have. I need more coffee. I used to have a 50-inch monitor on my desk, and that was no good for me because it was so big. My eyes were tracking all over the place when I was playing games and doing things. It was just too much monitor space. So I did some research, and a lot of people said that like 28 to 32 inches is perfect for a monitor. So I went searching for monitors. I found a 28-inch curved Rogue Strix monitor on sale on Amazon. It was like 150 bucks off, and I was like, that sounds good to me. I bought it, and I've never looked back. So I use a 28-inch curved Rogue Strix monitor. It's not a 4K monitor. It's just a 1920 by 1080, but it's great. I've had this monitor for 7 or 8 years. 7 or 8 years, I think. Well, you need to switch to that other monitor, Jay. If you've got a 34-inch 165 hertz curved monitor, you need to switch to that bad boy. I guarantee you the moment you switch to that and like put your games in performance mode, especially you just got a new gaming PC, I think you said. So if you can run your games at more than 60 frames, the higher the frame rate you can run a game at, the less eye strain you're going to feel when you're playing long sessions. So you definitely need to switch to that new monitor when you get I think you just said, I'm assuming maybe that's what you're getting with your new PC. So yeah, you need to get all that set up, and then, um, you know, I haven't felt the need to graduate to a 4K. The only thing I noticed, Hector, is like like when I played World of Warcraft. If you've ever played World of Warcraft, it is a big difference going from like 1920 to 1080 and 4K resolution in World of Warcraft. It's noticeably crisper. Like everything just suddenly pops. Like everything has a crisp outline. It looks really good in 4K. It still looks good in 1920 by 1080 in at max settings, but the max settings there versus the max settings with like 4K and ray tracing and everything else, dude, it looks like a completely different game. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty amazing. But for most games like this, honestly, so I'm playing in 4K, right? So let me show you the difference between 4K and 1920 1080 in this game, because it's not that big of a difference. I sit about 2 feet from my monitor. It just, it's whatever you're comfortable with. I'm about 2 feet away from my monitor. So like I'm fully outstretched. My fingertips are about 6 inches away from my monitor right here. So if that's the webcam, I'm about 6 inches out from the webcam. Like I would need to lean forward. Now I'm touching the webcam. So like I'm about 6 inches out. So that's about 2 feet, more or less, like 2 or 3 feet. Anyway, here, this is 4K. What I really want you to pay attention to is look at the textures on the door. Like, those are the textures. Look how crisp and clean all the lines look and everything. So if I go into 1920 by 1080, which is their performance mode. I may have just crashed the game. I just crashed the game, I think. Yeah, we crashed it. It froze up. I think. Oh yeah, I can't do anything in the hang on. Well, I was gonna show you something, but jank. Kids, jank. They're working on patches, by the way, they said. I honestly was trying to play this game in 1920 by 1080 mode, but I was getting eye strain. So I switched back to 4K yesterday, and it gets better frames in 4K than it does in 1920 by 10. So I just gave up. I was like, I'm just gonna play it in 4K. Let's see if it loads in 1920 or if it loads in 4K. Because really all it does is it softens the textures. So it's less rendering that has to be done. So it's less crisp, if that makes sense. And most games, like, unless, even on a big screen TV, like, it's not that noticeable of a difference. Like, you really got to be a graphics snob to notice a difference between, like, 4K and other stuff. Or be specifically paying attention. I think we're... Let's see here. Let's see if I can... Yeah, so it did turn it over to 1920. So all that changed is that the edges are a little bit softer. So all that just popped. So now we're back in 4K again. So everything looks a little crisper, a little cleaner. But, you know. Yeah, eye strain is a big thing for me because I'll put in, I'll stream about 5, 6 hours in the morning and then I come back and do another couple hours in the afternoons. So I'm doing 8 hours of streaming a day, plus I sit here for another 8 hours a day just working on video editing. And I definitely feel the eye strain some days. Like when I have really long days, like if I just do an 8 to 10 hour day, I'm fine. But most days I'm doing 14, 16 hours. And I'm always tired by the end of the day. Like my eyes are always, you feel it. It's no different than my fingers feel it at the end of the day because I'm doing so many mouse clicks and everything else. It's called work. That's a job. You go work construction every day, your back's going to feel it every day, Yeah, headaches from that kind of stuff, that's just low frames and not the best monitor. Because the moment you get to a better refresh and better frame rates when you're playing the shooters, that'll bring the eye strain way down.
Back again? Well, time is short and so is my patience.
But like Doom the Dark Ages, you'll notice I didn't stream Doom the Dark Ages for more than about 3 hours per session. That's about my cutoff point for any sort of like Call of Duty fast-paced shooter type game is about 3 hours. Sometimes 4, because I start to feel it after 3 or 4 hours. My eyes are like getting tired. I'm starting to feel like tension behind the eyes. And like not a headache per se, but like I can feel like tension and strain and like pressure. And so that's when I'm like, yeah, I got to move on and do other things because it's not worth, losing my eyesight over, So nothing wrong with a little bit of exercise, flex those eye muscles. Every muscle needs to get tired from time to time, but yeah, I don't do long sessions of those types of games. It's another reason I prefer to play RPGs because I can play much longer sessions with RPGs. I'm more of a story player anyway. I do like my shooters, but I mean, I haven't played Destiny 2 in a long time. I'm very interested to see what Destiny 2 feels like when I play that. Like Halo, any of those games. At least if it's a game that has a lot of cutscenes in between, that'll help out. Um, but with Call of Duty, it's always almost like nonstop action.
Mm-hmm. Percy tried to spin me some wild story about falling into another realm. I didn't toss him straight into a cell, only because he swore you could back him up. So, what did you find?
Yeah. There was a crack in reality.
You're pulling my leg, aren't you? Tell me this is some elaborate prank you two cooked up.
Nope.
Oh, mother have mercy. Can nothing in this goddamn place just be normal? I may be a bit of a city woman, but you can't tell me that it's normal to have creatures made of bloody straw attacking outside the walls. And now you're saying there are cracks in the world. Does that mean I need to move my supplies?
I've closed the crack. Your supplies should be
that's
safe
some
for
good
now.
news, at
Safe.
least. Not gonna
Safe.
ask how,
Your
in case
supplies
there's
should be
something
safe
about
for now.
you that we'd
I'm
both be
Sean
better off with
Connery.
me not knowing. Thanks for your help. Here, something for your trouble.
Woot. All right, let me do something here. Okay. I don't think I have anything for the bounties yet. Were you born in Camelot?
Born and raised, yeah. My family has an estate in the country, but I never liked going there. All that space and nothing to do. Not even a good tavern in sight. I don't know how people live like that.
So you come from nobility.
A military family, dating back to the Age of Conquest. My father's a general, his father was one too, and my grandfather, yeah, you get the gist. Technically we're nobility, but I've never felt like it. And I'm no good at ballrooms. Joining up seemed only logical.
Don't seem to be many women like Camelot troops.
There aren't. It's a tough life, you know? Most women aren't built for it.
Well, at least you can't say the Quinact is boring.
That I can't. But what passes for entertainment here just makes me want to leave this shithole and never look back. Can't wait for the order to march out.
All right. I'll be right back. coffee, man. Coffee is life. All right. What quest do we want to work on next? A lot of these are like caves, and I don't know how brave I am. Surveillance? That's a named. That's not too far away. Some of these are like way out there. And this is a big ass zone. Lame Lorcan. Let's do this one because it's relatively close to a waystone.
Help a soul out on your journey, will you?
I'm loving the music in this zone. Oh, he's right there. Shit.
This is going.
Oh, he did an arrow split. And he chucked a potion. Gotcha, bitch. Alright. That was an easy target. Triple Thet bow. I'm assuming that's what was allowing him to do the triple shots. I'll take a look at that in a minute. Are you alive or dead? You are not alive. I probably need to go back and do some cooking as well. Any other targets close by? What is that? That's a different quest. It's back at the other zone. It's a main quest. Oh, I have a golden suggestions. I could do that. Yeah, let's go turn this in. I think we may just go work on the main quest a little bit this morning, because all I did the yesterday's session, and I think the session before, I've just done side quests for like 6 or 7 hours of the game so far. I kind of wouldn't mind pursuing the main quest a little bit. Oh, are you up top? Yeah, there's ton of side quests in this game. I need to go check and see if Mortisal Gaming has actually finished the game yet, and if he did, how long was his playthrough? Because it's been like 2 or 3 days since he was at 80 hours and still hadn't finished. Nice, Gerard. Thank you so much.
Help a soul out on your journey, will you? Have some spare food and coin?
Bounty.
Yes? You managed to catch Lame Lorcan. Well done.
I didn't know him personally, but he used to be a scout in Camelot's army. One day, he went on a mission and returned with a nasty wound above his knee. Supposedly, a weird beast got him, but he managed to kill it and drag himself back to camp.
A weird beast.
After that, he started to change, becoming more and more aggressive. Eventually, he began shooting people with his bow for no reason.
He was hiding in the area, occasionally attacking people. And if it weren't for you, he'd still be doing it. Thank you. Here's your reward.
So, I was just checking my email. Perfect example. I just got 3 back to back. This goes back to that conversation we were having the other day about, you know, a lot of people are like, indie games are so much better than AAA, and I'm like, you don't know what you're talking about when you make those types of statements. Because they'll use this game or games like this as an example of how indie games are better than AAA. So I just got 3 emails back to back. One was promoting a Kickstarter, one was a demo, and one was an early access, all produced by 1 to 3 man indie studios, 1 to 3 man teams, and all of them want me to promote their product on my YouTube channel. And all of those games are absolute dog shit. Like, I'm sorry, no, indie games are not better than AAA games. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of indie games that come out every single day, and the vast majority of them are absolute dog shit. It takes a lot of work to get something like this to the gate, let alone get it published and be able to have it be patched and everything else. Like, people don't understand. The gamers of the world are so, like, the average person who makes those types of comments about how indie games are so much better than, you're an ignorant ding-a-ling. You just don't know what you're talking about. AAA is way better from a gaming standpoint because they can reliably get products to the finish line, reliably, with polish. Now, are all of those games going to be really good games? No. Some of them are good, some of them are bad, but they reliably get games to the finish line, and most of them are very good. They sell commercially very well. Indie games, on the other hand, man, I get so much shit sent to me every single day. It's horrible. Alright, we have a turn-in quest, I think, called Golden Suggestions, so let's do that before we leave town.
Help a soul out on your journey, will you?
You know, games like this, games like Kingdom Come Deliverance, those are exceptions to the rule. You get a small team of, 50 guys together. Claire Expedition 33 is another example. You can have amazing indie titles built by smaller teams, but those are definitely exceptions to the rule. Right. Money and passion goes much farther than just passion. Oh, I went the wrong place. There's nothing down in here. Yeah, I have to make decisions all the time, sure. That's why I don't do completionist versions of games because I have a schedule to keep. And so at some point I just have to move on. It's like so I can't do every single side quest in a game. I always will just get to the point I've been like, look, I've done side quests for 8 hours. They're
Stay
awesome.
safe.
It would be great to play every single quest in the game, but I've got
Do
a
you
schedule
read
to keep.
something?
I got to move on. We got to get this game wrapped up. All right, I have a letter from Osmond the merchant. It contains advice on how to resolve the conflict.
Does it now? Very well. Tell Osmond that... what shall we tell him? That I thank him for his concern, and that I will take his advice under consideration.
Under consideration. I had some previous business partners that didn't understand
I should stay
what that
out of
meant.
trouble.
They thought that submitting they were people I brought on to help with the project, and they didn't understand what a creative director was or what the CEO was, and they thought that their suggestions should be met with, oh, we're going to do that. No, that's not how it works. I will take your consideration under advisement. I have no idea what the max level is. No clue.
You doing okay?
Let's go around here and talk to him from the front side.
Hello again. What do you need today?
About that letter.
Oh, how did it go? Did he read it? What did he say? Ha! You see? I always say when someone speaks sense, even a lord perks up his ears. Good work. Here's the payment I promised.
Alright, that was an easy turn in.
Oh, hello there.
Pretty sure we got a ding somewhere along the way. Yes, we did. Man, I have another potion of origin, so I'm just going to keep, I'm going to put another point of strength just in case I come across a bow that requires some more strength. But I probably need to keep cranking my dexterity and perception. Nope. I think it's this one. Yeah, let's do this stun. What's up, Heinrich? Alright, let's do some main questing, kids. I've done side quests for a couple of days now. Let's, location, we'll do that one later. Menhir writes, Maggot told me about the Abyss of King Sagramor. I should go there if I want to retrieve one of the tablets. Then he accepts a tablet within the mirror, so we can place them in the cup temple. So I have 2 temples I need to go to. Oh, one of them was here?
Doing okay.
Huh. I thought that place was completely closed off. I guess I might have missed something down there in that
Help a soul out on your
tomb.
journey, will you?
Oh no, it wasn't a tomb. I was supposed to talk to somebody. Oh no, screw you. That's why. That was the optional. I don't want to tell him nothing. Okay. Well, I don't know where this other one is, so let's... We need to go there. Hang on, we have another waypoint pointing me over in that direction. Holy crap, that is a long way away. That's probably another zone because it's pointing me way over somewhere else. For the sake of having an adventure, let's go check that one out because I can fast travel over here and then run north and check that place out. Let's do that first and then see where it leads. Okay. Oh, it's nighttime. We're going to want to rectify that. I ain't going nowhere at night time. Boo. And then this is basically following the north wall. In this creepy ass forest. Oh yeah, I don't travel at night. There's that critter, man, that one monster who roams the night. Who always like tries to eat my face off. I have yet to figure out a way to defeat him. He like has an infinite hit point pool, or there's like weapons I need that can't kill him that I haven't found yet. Welcome to the corrupted temple. Alright, before we do this, I may not have enough supplies. Let's just double check. By the way, what was that bow I got? A special bow that shoots 3 arrows side by side instead of 1. Good for area effect, but less effective. Yeah, I don't want to use that. Shard says, it'd be kind of cool if they offered a potion or a skill or armor that let you lower stat requirements. Nah. Gotta get there. Gotta work for it. It has been a very competitive year, yeah. There have been, for me, like, I would put South of Midnight in that conversation. I would put, even though I didn't finish it because I didn't like the combat, Claire Obscure Expedition 33 definitely in that conversation. KCD2 for sure. I mean, this, I don't think so. This has got way too many, it's way too rough around the edges, but it is a solid RPG. I think if they could get this polished and really fixed by the end of the year, this could be a competitor, but right now it's in way too rough of a state. Like, it needs a lot of work to be considered something that would be game of the year worthy. It's way too indie right now, like way too. Dude, the funniest thing to me, guys, I don't know how many of you are following Dune Awakening. So I got to do that Q&A with Joel Bylos and Ole Andres, who's the creative lead and the lead producer respectively. So I did a sit down with other content creators who have been a part of the closed beta, and we all got to participate in this like hour-long Discord Q&A. And then we were allowed to share that, and I published that last night on YouTube. And so that's kind of out there doing its thing right now. It's got a few thousand views. What's really funny to me is like, in the beta weekend and also in closed beta and everything else, they had these remains of ships and like a ruined ornithopter and ruined bikes and stuff that were around the starting area, and they were originally designed to be as like backup vehicles for people to use if they ever lost their main vehicle to a sandworm or something. And instead, what people were doing is they were beelining for the ornithopter because it's a flying vehicle, getting the flying vehicle, and then skipping dozens of hours of content and beelining straight for the deep desert, which is the end game zone. And so they were skipping literally 20, 30 hours of content, skipping all the tier progression, everything else. So they took those out of the game. And Joel talked about that yesterday. He's like, well, people were abusing it, so we got rid of it. The funniest thing about that is like all of those typical like grifters had made all of these quick start guides off of the beta weekend that they went and did, because they've been playing closed beta for whatever, and then they did the beta weekend. They're like, so they made all these like quick start, like, here's how to get to the end game the quickest possible. Here's how to be the fastest player. Here's how to do this. Here's how to get to the best gear the quickest. Here's the quickest leveling guide, blah, blah, blah. Because to some players, the end game is where everything, they don't care about the journey. They only care about the destination. So all these YouTubers had gone out there and made all these quick start guides based on finding the vehicles and then just skipping all of the game to get to the deep desert. And then they just took all of those vehicles out of the game. And so there are a bunch of pissed off people right now. But on the flip side, there's a bunch of people who are laughing at those idiots for making that kind of content in the first place. It's like, whatever. Like, you made quick start guides based on a beta. Like, it was a preview event, not like a head start access. Like, what are you doing making quick start guides off of stuff that could change on a week-to-week basis when it's beta? Oh man, the amount of butt hurt from all these people who are like, but now I can't get to the deep desert. Now I actually have to play the game. And it's like, yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to play the game. Fucking speedrunners, man. Right, JK, then they complain the game was too short. Those types of players do. Oh, look at that statue. Okay, we are in a creepy zone, creepy dungeon. There's no map in here. Okay. So somewhere in here. Right, dead fish? Oh, we got more of those. This game is what Avowed should have been. And then last night was Bethesda is doomed. We'll come up with some more. Don't worry. I think someone said earlier they wished I would do those types of videos more often. The reality is I can't do it for every single game that comes out. It doesn't make sense. But for some games like this, I think what I'm going to start doing more frequently is I'm just going to start... I haven't done it yet. One thing that would really be fun would be to take these other content creators' videos and literally copy and paste each segment that they do, but do it as a counter, right? What I don't want to do is I don't like to react to other people's videos because
my voice.
Oh,
Find
hello.
my voice. They have it, twisted it, and now speak in my name. But their words are not mine. Find my body, once undying, now rotting in endless torment. Free it. End this agony.
Right. It's the thing is like traffic is great and everything else, but what I don't want to do is become known for just like reacting to other people's content, which is why I don't do reaction videos. Even though it does very well. Like if you look at Asmongold, what does he do? He does reaction video. He reacts to other people's videos all the time, and he gets shitloads of traffic because of that. It's not. I don't want to do that. Like. But what I wouldn't mind doing is like when I find a good game that I'm playing and I'm having fun with, which we've been doing this for a while now. I've been doing the reverse rage bait since Starfield. Essentially, I did it for Starfield. I did it for Dragon Age Veilguard. I did it for Avowed. I did it for Star Wars Outlaws. I did it for this game. I don't think I did it for. Yeah, I did. I did a couple for the Oblivion remaster. You know, it just depends on the game, because not every game is going to get that type of reaction, but some of them do. One shot, one kill. Wow, this place looks badass. Music. I am a once hopeful acolyte of the All-Mother. Burning Ember, Staff of Othelia. Well, I'm going to take all that for now, but I won't be able to carry all this stuff eventually, so I'll take at least one suit of gear. I don't need to craft anything right now. Dude, this place looks dope. Dude, I can hear some sort of critter. I think they saw me. Something heard me. I can hear it crittering. I wonder if I could jump that gap over there. I'm gonna try it and see. Leroy! That's a big fucking gap! Load game! I don't know that I can make that jump. I'm gonna try it one more time, but I'm pretty sure that's too big of a gap to jump, and that's why they've got the route to go around. But I am gonna try it. See. Gotta give it the old college try. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna make that jump. Let's try it. Maybe if I do it from there and angle across. Oh, nope, I need to run for sure. Come on, bro. Oh, I fucking made it. Save! Yeah, statues. Is that a sarcophagus right there? Or an altar? That's probably an altar. I bet I have to go down to find whatever critter that is. Are those chains? That might be an elevator. I don't know how to trigger this elevator. Oh, there's a lever right there. Oh, that one goes there. Hello? Oh, you're a talk to NPC, not a kill the NPC. Okay.
You can see me, hear me. How strange.
Where have we heard the name
That's not how
Lorelia
it's meant to
before?
be. I decide who sees, who hears. Yet here you are, unbidden. Why?
The All-Mother told me to take her voice back from you. Oh no. First we'll say I'm searching for a tablet about the men here and the ritual.
The All-Mother holds all wisdom. In her womb, the threads of destiny intertwine. The tides flow to the rhythm of her heartbeat. In prayer, you will find greater wisdom than in all the scrolls and books of the world.
Nanta sent me? She says you're calling to her?
Ah, Niante, the fractured one. Yes, she feels the void, doesn't she? The emptiness, where her compassion once dwelled.
Okay. The plot thickens here. What's missing?
What she cast away. A fragment, a spark. Hers, yet no longer hers. It clings to me now, bound in service to the All-Mother. And does she need it? Truly? Compassion can be a burden, a chain that weighs down the soul. I held it for her because she could not bear it. She gave it to me.
She didn't cast anything away. She lost it, and you took it from her.
Is that what she told you? That I stole it like a thief in the night? No. It was her despair, her doubt, that cast it away. I merely caught it.
Then why call to her? Why not let her go on without
Because
it?
the All-Mother does not abandon her children. Niante's compassion is a spark, a light meant to guide her. Without it, she stumbles in darkness. But to reclaim it, she must prove herself. It is not a gift freely given. It must be earned.
Whatever's missing, she wants it back.
Then she must prove herself worthy. That fragment is steeped in corruption. To return it as it is would destroy her. Take this. It holds what she has lost. Bring it to the All-Mother's altar and cleanse it in her light. Only then will it be safe to return. Go, and tell Niante this. The fire she extinguished still burns. But only she can decide whether to let it consume her or warm her soul.
The All-Mother told me to take the rest.
Oh, I hoped it wouldn't come to this. And yet, it is as I feared. The fire dims. The song ends. And the voice must fall silent. If this is her will, her voice shall be yours now. Few are touched by her in such a way. The voice of the mother is a gift, but also a burden. Go then, and let us see if you are worthy of bearing it.
Okay. Now I have to go find the creepy... I think we have to go up another level. Nope. I didn't need to pick up that fishing rod. What's up, Deeks? Dude, Deeks, I haven't seen you in a few days, and we were laughing the other day because I've played, like, I've seen the name Deke or Deeks show up in, like, it's been like 3 or 4 instances over the last few days in, like, multiple games that we've played. Not the least of which is, I think, the elf in Hogwarts Legacy, the house elf that we have is named Deke. Good times. Alright, let's loot all these. Cheese! Cheese for everyone! Yeah, they have yet to pay your residuals. Oh, how are we getting over there? Maybe around here to the left. It looks like there might be a... Dude, there's some sort of creepy critter behind that door. Yeah, I'm not reading all this stuff. Or not picking up all... No, 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 no! I just wasted my ability. I fucking hate it when it does that. That's some of the jank of this game. Like, the R button also reads notes, but if you take too long to read the note, R also triggers your special ability, and then you've wasted it, because it's only once every 24 hours. Lame. Yeah, a move all button would be great. To and from the stash. Sell all button would be great. There does not appear to be anything back here that would lead me over there, I don't think. There's no way for me to jump up and over onto that. So I may have to go over there. Oh no! Whew! I thought I fell down in some secret void. Okay. Up we go. Ooh, are you somebody I can talk to? You are creepy looking, whoever you are. Who are you?
Who are you?
Greetings.
Let us pray together.
I seek them in our rights.
Oh, you have no shell. No shell. Where, then, have you misplaced your wings?
Drugs are bad, kids. A scroll. Do you know where to find it?
I do not know where you should search, but the priestesses may know. Ask them. I came here only to ask the All-Mother when my shell will fall, when I will be able to see my wings and rise above this land.
What happened
The descent of divinity. The All-Mother has graced us. I came here only to ask. Shell. Wings.
Okay.
The shell. A gift. And when that day come, wings. They will let me fly away.
Okay, you're crazy.
All-Mother. All-Mother. Lift from our shoulder. All-Mother.
Yeah,
when the
skip the
time
prayers.
so that I may... Would you like to add something?
That is all.
Yes. Prayer is everything. Everything.
Cuckoo. Alright. I think we have to go down there and jump somehow. Yep, there's a ledge. Alright. Quick save in case I fail the jump. Sneaking. Sneaking. Ooh, we got a cutscene. Oh, she's dual wielding giant swords. You can go third person if you want. Oh, I don't know what she's about to do. Stay away. Ah! Oh, she did like a triple attack. Bitch, get away. She's suddenly immune. Oh, hold up, I'm using the wrong arrows. Ah, it switched me to my cold arrows. Let's see if fire arrows maybe do anything. This is Percival, so is this one of the actual knights? Dude, get away from me, bitch. I don't want to burn up all my fire arrows on her. Let's use iron arrows. Look how many arrows she's got stuck in her. Ouch, man. Alright, you're down. The fallen knight who lingers in defiance. Confessions of Percival, Percival's blade, Percival's blade. I'll take all your stuff. It might overburden me. We'll see. Let's go read your note. Wasn't Percival one of the knights? What, like one of the knights of the round table? I always forget the names. I have used a respect potion once, Heinrich. I have more than one, so I have another one for later on if I need it. And I read online that there is eventually you get to a place where you can find a merchant that you can buy them from. I still have yet to find the tablet that I'm looking for.
What happened? My oath. My purpose. It's gone.
Who are you? Or rather, who were you?
A knight of the Round
Yeah,
Table.
she was one of the knights of the Round Table.
I
Okay.
proudly bore the name Percival in honor of my predecessors who served King Arthur. Like the first Percival, I set out in search of the Holy Grail. My path led me here, to the very temple where my father once wanted to send me for priestly studies. I never felt a calling then. But this time, I heard something calling me. I thought it was the Grail, but it was her, whose sword-wielding hand I was to become. False goddess. An abomination, pretending to be the All-Mother, corrupting priestesses' minds.
Did you try to fight her?
I did. I challenged her to a fight for claiming to be a goddess, for poisoning the minds of the innocent. She said she would prove that she was the only goddess here. She forced her way into my mind and made me vow that if I lost, I would become her paladin and serve my only true All-Mother forever. I was vanquished. I knelt powerless before the false All-Mother as she pierced me with a blade. I was to carry it within me always as a sign of whose power I am now under.
You have suffered enough. I will make her pay.
Be careful. If you face her, fight fiercer and strike harder than I did. Above all, don't let her into your mind, or she will turn your own body against you.
How long were you imprisoned by the false
I
All-Mother?
spent countless years trapped in the prison of my own body. Bound to her service, where I found the truth. The only truth worth knowing.
Heinrich says
I
it's
was
running good on the
blessed with
PS5.
her
Nice.
presence. I warmed
Yeah, I have no
myself in
complaints
her
about the
radiance.
Xbox.
Why did you take it from me? Why? I'm sorry. The oath I swore to the false All-Mother. I can still feel its binding. Even my death did not entirely free me from it.
How can I help you?
You could ask the All-Mother to forgive me. Beg her to grant me the honor of being in her presence once more. No. Kill her. Kill the false goddess. Please. I trust in you.
Okay.
Be careful.
Okay, I found the voice in the body. To find the sight, I have to step further into the
And now, in
depths.
ruins of the temple sanctum, find my sight. It has always been, and always will be, all-seeing. It watches you, even now.
Creepy! Alright, we gotta go deeper in, and I still have yet to find the tablet that I came in here looking for. Oh, look, a loading screen. Please, everybody freak out and make comparisons to Starfield. Otherwise, you're just a hypocrite. Who is it? Did he already come in? Cat dad duties. Alright, his bed has been made. Supposedly there are critters in here. Oh, I see something. I think something just saw me. Yeah, I think it's trying to figure out how to get to me. Ah, I missed. Where the hell are they running to? Jesus, Mary, fucking Joseph. Whoa, is somebody casting magic at me too? Fuck, there is somebody up back there casting magic as well. Come on, come down the stairs. You were the one casting magic at me. No, don't fall. Whatever. Come here. I need your guts and the broken arrows, please. You're not drinking any potions on my watch, bitch. Alright, we've got books. We've got a key. It's another book, but I can't seem to touch that one. A Warden's Rune Stone. Okay. book. I should probably cook some food at some point. I'm starting to get enough goodies together. Ooh, there's a chest. Oh no, it's a blueberry. Oh, I'm not gonna make that shot. Damn it. Okay. Stealth archery for the win. Ooh. You saw me. You're toast now. Is there a way to get up to where you were? I don't think so. No. I highly doubt that I'm going to be able to cheese my way up there. I might be able to, maybe. You can do it. You can do it. Nah, it's... And this is where I will point to Avowed and say, Avowed had a really cool parkour system. It'd be like... piss all the people off who are like, Avowed sucked! Okay. Tell us you didn't play the game without telling us you didn't play the game. Alright, they led me in here, but now I gotta figure out how to get up and around. There's like platforms up there. I wonder if I can go up there and like jump through. Is there something through here? I don't think so. Oh, oh, oh. All sorts of stockpiles. Venison? Dude, I definitely need to cook when I get back to town. I have so many goodies. Alright. That's all well and good, but how do I get back up and around? No, I never played that game. Alright, there has got to be a way, unless I'm meant to swim around, probably. I bet I'm supposed to swim. We'll just go around here. Wait. Did that go anywhere? Nope. Uh-oh. What just happened? Nothing. Okay. That's not going anywhere. Oh, it's too far away. Alright, we've got a tunnel here and a tunnel here. Blood trail. Yeah, not on my watch, biatch. Shit. I dinged and I'm out of my normal arrows, but I have iron arrows, I think. Okay. What's up, Transcend? Working Dreamcast, man. I never owned a Dreamcast. I knew a guy who had one, but I never owned one. I don't know where Frodo went, by the way, Chris. What? Ooh, that's hot. Are these like tacos or enchiladas? How would you call these? So, enchiladas with homemade green salsa. What's inside? Chicken, queso. Chicken, queso, Greek yogurt on top, some refried beans. So she made yesterday a big pot of chicken in green salsa, which we then had with rice. So you put rice in the bowl, put your chicken in and she cooked the chicken in the green salsa and then just bathe that. So it's like a chicken salsa soup with rice in it. And then the salsa gets used for many different things, like chilaquiles. In today's case, we're getting enchiladas. Welcome to the mukbang ASMR portion of the stream, kids. If you're new here, we do this every day. My paid actress of a wife brings me breakfast. And Frodo is in the room. I didn't realize he was still in here. Hang on. I gotta put him out because he will bother me while I'm trying to eat. Oh no, you're gonna sit in Daddy's chair? Hang on. Apparently he just wants to sit in my chair, so I had to put a towel down for him. Alright, let's finish eating my breakfast here. Oh, that's good. Man, that salsa is divine. I always prefer green salsas to red just because I like the citrusy flavor of the green tomatoes. They're all good, but smoked peppers. When I was growing up, my mom does not like spice, like heat. So my mom is a good cook. My mom is a baker. My mom likes to bake. And she's a good cook, but she doesn't like spice. So growing up, I never got to explore flavors. And then as an adult, especially with a Mexican spouse, spice and flavor. It's good. Frodo has stolen my chair. Officially. I'll be right back. Alright, let's see here. Breakfast is down the hatch. We are good to go. Let's go see. Got a third cup of coffee. Chris and I are trying to figure out when we can schedule getting back into playing basketball together. The hard part is just finding our schedule is so different these days. We both like playing basketball for fun, just against each other. It's just shooting hoops and running around, getting some cardio in. All right, I think this was a dead end. Dude, yeah, Sherrard, Tier 2 is way harder. Like, this zone is way more challenging. That's why I put it into story mode as soon as I got into this zone, because it was taking so many arrows to kill mobs. I'm like, I don't want to sit here, and my fingers are getting tired from pulling the trigger, trying to, you know, stick 30 arrows in every mob. I'm done with that. I moved it into story mode. They definitely have some balancing issues to work out. Like, there is a huge jump in difficulty, and yet not a huge jump in gear. So it's a balance issue. Definitely, they've definitely got their work cut out for them to continue to balance the game. Oh, this is gonna be a boss fight.
A new set of eyes, and how hateful. Would you close them for me, please? Could you grant me a tiny scrap of mercy?
Nope. No way. I'm not closing my eyes for you.
When you arrived, I saw a rook perched on your shoulder. A sick, vile thing, loathsome to behold. I do not know why I expected compassion from someone whose hands only manifest torment.
Yes, that's another thing. They got to work on the increasing the volume of the NPCs.
No matter what path you take,
they have a long road ahead of them to get this game. Like someone was asking earlier, is this like Game of the Year candidate? No. I'm having an absolute amazing time, but it has a lot of problems, and it needs a lot of work to get it to the point where it can be considered Game of the Year contender. One of the best RPGs I've played in years, without a doubt. But I'm willing to put up with the jank and the low volumes and the unbalanced combat, and yeah, I'm willing to put up with that stuff. A lot of other people aren't. Right, the Stalker 2 launch is a perfect example. Like, Stalker 2, that's probably going to go down as like one of my favorite launches of all time, because I played 60 hours of the game before the first patch, not realizing that story mode was broken. And then they come out with a patch and they were like, oh yeah, guys, story mode is broken. Here, it's working now. And then I log into the game and I'm like, oh my god, this whole time I've been slamming my head against the wall, suffering my way through this game, and now it plays like it's supposed to play on story mode, and 3 hours later I was done with the game, and I was like, fuck you! like 3 hours away from the ending, I get the story mode that was supposed to be there from the beginning, and I still had a great time, but, like... And they have continued to patch and patch and patch and patch, and they still haven't produced the next DLC yet. It's just they've been patching the game nonstop. Stalker 2 is an amazing, amazing experience. But that launch version of the game was in a rough state. But they acknowledge it. They were like, we had no choice. We had to push the game to launch because our team had been building this game in wartime conditions. We moved countries twice. Like... We're already, like, what was it, 2 years behind schedule. We have to push this out the door. Like, we don't have a choice. We got to push it out the door and then just work on making it better. We can't keep waiting. Like, we have to do this.
I can't say I'm surprised. Your kind love to parade.
And now it's in an amazing place. Kingdom Come Deliverance 1.
You are...
This game needs a year of patches, probably.
So many. Too many. What are you? It's as though you shoulder entire lifetimes of sin. You are an abomination. You cannot be allowed to continue.
May your soul finally know freedom.
Alright. bugged. I'm loving every minute of it. Essence of Sin. Sounds like the coffee I drink every morning. Hold up. Wait a minute. I'm not allowed to put a bonfire down here. But I got a thing and I got points to spend. That's the oldest trick in the book. That's why you don't give people $100 bills anywhere, Mellerex. I'm sorry, your friend deserved to get robbed. Sorry. Especially when you're in a foreign destination. I don't care what country you go to on the planet. If you try to pay for something at a gas station with a $100 bill, like that's like in the US, like a lot of places won't accept anything above a 20. Like they'll just flat out tell you, we don't have change for anything above a 20. We don't have change for 50s. We don't have changes for one. I can't think of the last time I used a $100 bill to pay for something. I'm sorry to say, but that's stupidity. Like you're paying with a $100 bill at a gas station and you're expecting them to have change. First and foremost, you're in a foreign country and yes, I will say this, in Cancun, because it is a tourist destination, they do accept dollars. But like expecting them to have exact change for a $100 bill on a gas station purchase. Granted, you said he was paying for gas and stuff, but yeah, the gas station clerks aren't gonna have change for 100. Like, break that shit. You need to be going to the currency exchange place the moment you hit the airport. You go to a currency exchange place. Oh, I bet he's fuming. But I'm sorry, he kind of walked into that. Like, yeah. Oh no. Dude, even here, like, so I don't have my wallet on me. It's in the other room. So here, one of the bigger notes is the 500 peso note. So 500 pesos is like $25, more or less, depending on the exchange rate. $22 to $25. Most, especially convenience stores and stuff, like they'll tell you flat out, like you have to ask. You're like, do you have change for a 500 note? And most places will tell you, if you're there early in the morning, they'll tell you, no, we don't have change for a 500. So you'll have to dig in your purse or your wallet and try to find change or pay with a card. But like, the only place you can really ever reliably break a 500 note is to go to like the grocery store, because they've always got change, but never at a gas station, never convenience stores, especially no like little local store. Taxi drivers are the worst. Because a taxi ride pretty much everywhere is like 30 pesos, kind of depending. And taxi drivers will be like, you'll give them like a 50 peso note, and they're like, oh, I don't have 20 pesos change, and you're like, bullshit. You just don't want to give me the change. Like, you're just trying to scam, and they do that to everybody. Like, Chris and I literally keep monedas. We keep the change specifically to use for taxis and ponchimobiles and combis, because those guys will never give you change when you pay them. Matter of fact, my physical therapy, they have a big sign, because you pay cash. There's a big sign where you pay the doctor. What's up? Big sign when you pay the doctor. It says exact change only. We don't carry change. So my therapy was 59 pesos every time I went for each session. So 118 pesos. So if I give them 120 pesos, they would always have a couple of pesos to give back in change. That's a little different. But if you try to pay for your therapy with like a 200 peso note and you want them to give you 22 pesos back, they'll tell you no, you need to have exact change. Like you need to have within 1 or 2 pesos of what you're supposed to pay, because we are not a bank. We don't manage change. Like that's on you. So, Deadfish says, I remember college trip, one of my friends, it was his first time out of the country, whipped out a wad of cash for the week-long trip as soon as we get off the bus, asking if we brought enough. Oh my god. We freaked out and made him put it away again. Yeah, don't ever flash a wad of cash, ever. Or a cell phone. Don't flash a cell phone anywhere, or an expensive camera. Is it common to pay in bills? It depends on where you are. When you're in like pretty much everywhere here, I would say, unless you're in the city, like when you're in the city, everyone pays with a card. Especially like if you're going into all the grocery stores, because they'll have the swipe readers, so you just swipe your card. You don't even have to, like, I don't even pull my card. Well, my old wallet, my new wallet has a protector in it, but my old wallet, I would just pull my wallet out and like scan the wallet, like just run my wallet over the scanner for my credit card. It's just like bloop. Like, and most places will pay through apps these days, so just, you know, you have your Apple Pay, Google Pay, whatever. But where we live, in the countryside, it's pretty rare to use cards for anything. We pay cash. I use my card at both the grocery stores, but everything else we pay cash for. So, for tax purposes, I still do everything on the dollar. And then do transfers. Yeah. That gets into tax stuff, which I don't want to dig into too deep on stream in a public area, because that's tax related. But I make money on the dollar, and then it gets transferred into pesos. So as an example, when I go to the grocery store and use a credit card, that I have a Capital One credit card for one reason, because they don't charge a commission on foreign transfers, for foreign transactions. So it automatically converts the peso to whatever the dollar is, the value based on the current exchange rate. So I've used Capital One for years because of that. So I use my credit card for pretty much all of our major stuff, Amazon, grocery stores, everything else. And then we make transfers every month to a Mexican account that we have that allows us to then use the peso for anything else above and beyond. It depends on the month. The dollar can be more valuable than the peso, but it's not always that way. Like right now, the dollar is about 19 to 1. The dollar versus peso is like 19 to 1, but it's, when I first got here, it was like 11 to 1, and it has gone as high as 24 to 1. The past few years, it's been 18 to 20 to 1, but then last year it dropped all the way down to like 15, which was like kind of scary, because it was like, ooh, ouch, I'm feeling the pinch, because you know, the dollar lost so much value last year because of all the stupidity and politics, and it just remains to be seen how it's going to go. Yes, Antonio, this is the game about should have been.
You're here. I've felt your steps through this place. The tethers holding me, unraveling one by one. Are you here as my savior? Or have you come to seek my mother's embrace?
What happened to this temple?
I came here seeking solace, hoping to staunch the loss before it consumed me. I called into the emptiness, desperate to reach what I had lost. But my cries were met with silence. At first, I thought they had gone unheard. I was wrong. The woman here...
That's the correct phrase, Deeks.
My grief, my bitterness.
Enjoy the
my
taint,
rage.
kids.
They trembled before my sorrow.
Long live the taint. You should always embrace the
For to
taint
make
for what it
another
is.
weep is a child's greatest sin. The weirdness bound us all together. I became their image, and they became mine.
I knew a guy back when I was living in Cancun. He had made all his money. He was from Canada, but he had a property in San Francisco, a property in Canada, and then he had like 8 or 10 properties in Brazil. And he made all his money like on stock market trades. And he was trading stocks all just in Brazil because of the value of the dollar versus the Brazilian whatever. I don't know if he's still doing that or not because I haven't seen him in like 10 years. But I always tell people like if you really want to be successful, you have to look beyond your local. Like you got to go international if you really want to take advantage of a global market. You got to think internationally. You can't think locally, and you can't think just nationally, especially if you live in a place where the cost of living is just absurdly high. Because you can find some really I follow a bunch of guys on YouTube. Not just guys and girls, but like, I mean, when I say guys, I mean a bunch of people. I should say people. I follow a bunch of people on YouTube who are inspirations for what we've done with our homestead and for what we're looking to do with our next property. So these are people who have saved up. A lot of them, I would argue most of them are European. I do have one couple, she's American, her husband's Mexican, and they're down here building their forever home. Because they're able to build their home down here. They're building a forever home for around $30,000 US, and it would cost them $500,000 to build their forever home in the US. So they bought a nice piece of property, and they are building the home from the ground up, and they've been documenting it all through YouTube and through social media, and so they earn a living through YouTube documenting the process of building their home together, and they have kids, cute couple. I follow multiple people from the European Union who have found places in Greece, Bulgaria, the most recent Italy as well. I've shared the guy in Italy a few times, but I just recently stumbled across a couple with their 3 kids who left the UK, moved to Bulgaria, which is interesting to me because I lived in Bulgaria for a few years. And they found an abandoned farm property that they bought for like £30,000 with like 4 or 5 buildings on it, and I think it was 5 hectares of land. So it's more than enough for a small family to have animals and a garden, and it's in a nice community. It's an old abandoned. It was like somebody in the family died 30 years ago, and no one ever wanted to take after the farm, and so it just sat there for 30 years and ran down. And then the grandkids decided, well, hey, let's just sell this property. We're not doing anything with it. And so they found this property, and they were like, well, it's going to cost us at least 250, 300,000 pounds to even get a home, not let alone land in the UK. Let's go to Bulgaria and buy everything for much cheaper. What's up? Okay. Thanks for breakfast. No. So I know that this channel is dedicated to gaming, but like my homestead channel with Chris, like that's us just doing the boots on the ground thing here. But like we're just like we had a really long talk the other night actually about whether or not we're gonna I don't think we're going to wait. I think we've decided we're going to go ahead and look at purchasing something this year locally just so that we have something that's, because we have cash on hand that's just sitting there and it's not earning interest or anything. And so we're looking at making a purchase locally, and turning that into a rental property. But we've also been looking at, we've had multiple offers to buy some farmland outside of town. The problem is we don't have a vehicle. So if we bought the farmland, we would have to get a vehicle to be able to then do something with the farmland, or we just buy the farmland and sit on it and just use it as an investment property and let it go up in value. But we are both, like, she wants more animals. I would love to have more animals. So then we're just debating, like, we've had talks with her sisters as well, being like going in and buying something together and buying a bigger piece of land for like a farm, like a commercial farm, to grow goats or cultivate goats or sheep or pigs or something. Because they all love working with animals, and so we'll probably end up doing something this year, and that all gets documented through the other channel, which is why I always tell everybody you should go follow the other channel as well, even though I don't post there all the time. Is rent valuable here? It depends on where you live. So all three of my sister-in-laws, all three of them, in the so I live in a small town of about 30,000 people. If I remember correctly, their small town only has like 10 or 15,000. It's about half the size of this place. It's a very small place. All three of my sister-in-laws make a living from rental properties. All three of them. And they started when they're all in their 30s. They're mid-30s, mid to late 30s. One sister started off as a pawn. She started off selling. I've told this story before. She started off selling, like, buying used cell phones and selling those cell phones. She started a pawn shop out of her little. She had a little shack that she rented, a little storefront that she rented. And she ended up buying that storefront, living in the back, and using the front as like a pawn shop. And then with her pawn shop earnings, she started buying up properties and turned those into rental properties. And she's been doing that for 10 plus years. The other sister went to Cancun with my wife. That's where they went to work like 15 years ago. They both went to Cancun to work and save money. So Chris met me, went on her journey with me. Her sister stayed behind and kept working in Cancun. Saved her money. Came back to the hometown, bought a piece of land, then bought the piece of land next to it, built a house from the ground up, started renting that house to workers who were working on one of the Mayan train, the tourist trains, lived next door to her mom while she built another property on the property next door. Now she has two houses, rents out the other one, and moved back into her main home. And now she has a third property that she just bought where she's building a third house on that property. And then the other sister had the husband is no longer, he passed away, but they had a tire shop, like changing tires for truck drivers and stuff, like anybody who needed like a tire changed, and they were right on the side of the highway. And they had that business that then turned into, well, we own that structure, and then we're going to buy the structure next door and we rent that structure out. Then we're going to buy this property, build our main home here, and then we bought another property down, and then we bought another property, and then another. So she's got, I think, 4 rental properties that she managed. So all of my sister-in-laws, all 3 of my sister-in-laws, Christina's sisters, they all run rental properties, and that's their job. And they're all in their mid to late 30s. They are not, by American standards, they are not wealthy, but they make full-time livings managing properties, and every couple of years they are able to invest and buy a new property and build a new house, or buy something that has an existing house on it. So they are successful, and that's the most important thing. So the value of rent just depends, because where we are, rent is very cheap compared to living in Mexico City or Cancun, as an example. If you live in the hotel zone of Cancun, you're going to pay the same price that you would pay in many other cities. It'll be cheaper than Los Angeles or New York, but you can easily spend $4,000 a month on a beachfront rental condo, you know, as opposed to living in the mainland where you can find a 2-bedroom apartment for like $600 a month, you know. fully furnished. So our apartment in Mexico City, as an example, we paid, and it's been 4 years ago now, because we've been here 3.5 years. We had a 1-bedroom, smack downtown, a block away from the American Embassy, Mexico City, fully furnished, great part of town. It was about $650 a month, fully furnished, all utility, well, not all utilities. Water was included, maintenance was included. We paid internet and electric, but it was fully furnished. So $650 a month for a fully furnished pad. So, there are no real estate agents here unless you're an idiot. You just do it all yourself. There's no real estate license here. Anybody can sell real estate in this country. You don't need a license to sell real estate. So people really don't use agencies because agencies want to charge a commission. So most people will just do the listings themselves, and really the only people who are doing listings are like really wealthy people who don't want to deal with the hassle of listing the properties themselves. They will have an agency because it's like, I'm paying for the convenience of having someone else do everything for me. But you're paying for that. You're paying, 15%, 25% commission.
Have I? Or have they? They prayed so fervently, and all their prayers fell on deaf ears. They sought answers to unjust suffering, but found none. Like children lost in the dark, they clung to the first voice they heard. And because that voice carried only agony, they believed themselves doomed. There is no path for a soul so utterly lost, but to descend into madness and despair.
How do I free all of you?
You have already freed me. You restored the sight I shared with the tormented Frither, and returned my undying body, once bound to the fallen Percival. And my voice, I grew weary of it, so I gave it to Lorelia to speak on my behalf. The sweet girl made it her own, ensuring she will remain here, even when I am finally gone. I lingered only because I wished to meet.
Yeah, real estate agents are like lawyers, man.
I had hoped.
Parasites!
But no. What I hoped for no longer matters. As for the others, I fear they are too far gone in their madness. The only freedom left to them is the one only a mortal can embrace. Farewell, stranger. Perhaps our paths will cross again.
Yeah, that's a fun one, Gustav. So, if someone isn't paying their rent here, it just depends on where you live. Just the tablet? Yeah, baby. That's the tablet I needed. So, a lot of places, if you're locally, you'll get some local muscle and the local police and deal with it. However, the way they do it in the city, in the major cities here, is you cannot rent a property. And of course, it's the same as it is in many other places. You pay a deposit. You pay a security deposit. So usually first month, last month rent or something like that. However, in the city, in all of the cities here, you cannot rent a property without a fiador, or I forget the other terminology they use for it. There's another word that I'm forgetting. Basically, it's a guarantee. It's a guarantor would be the English word. So if you want to rent a property in Mexico City, Cancun, Guadalajara, Playa del Carmen, you have to have someone who is going to guarantee your rent for you. So you have to have a local friend. This is not the vacation rental market. That's a little different. Vacation rentals can be done through Airbnb. That's different. We're talking If you want to actually rent something long term, like a year long, 2-year long, 3-year long, whatever, you want to sign a lease, you want to do like a long term rental, you have to have a guarantor. So I want to rent something. I find something that I want to rent. That owner is going to say, do you have someone who can vouch for you? That person then needs to be someone who lives in the local area, who owns a piece of property that they can put up as collateral against the value of your rent contract. So if I want to rent your place for 2 years, I need to have a friend who lives there locally who has a piece of property that can be used as a guarantee. That way, if I don't pay rent, that owner can go to court with the signed affidavit that says that this person put up their property as a guarantee, and they can get a lien put against that property to get the money that they are owed for rent. That's how it works here. And that cuts down on, like, you just can't rent properties, like if you want to get a nice place. Now, people who rent dives, that doesn't necessarily apply, but for normal middle class, upper middle class, upper class, like everybody who's middle class or above, if you're in the cities, you're going to need a guarantee. So you have to have someone you know locally who can vouch for you, who's willing to put their property up as collateral against the rent contract. So it's a thing. People not paying their rent. Hey buddy, can I move you? Can I move you to the bed so I can sit back down? I know you're comfy. Oh, big baby. Come here. Kitty cat. There you go. I want to sit down. Yeah, occasionally you'll find good lawyers. But, lawyers want to make money. It can be a risk, so that's the thing. You better trust the person you're signing for. Like, because if they don't pay their rent, you're the one on the line. Where did it spit me out? Man, I have that quest I can turn into. I gotta get out of here somehow. Oh, the collider on that cage. Headshot. Dude, let me out of here. Where the hell am I at that I can't make my way out? somewhere over there is the exit, and I haven't figured out how to get to it yet. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Oh, this is where we came in. I know where we're at now. I see that statue up there. Ugh, they're gonna make me go all the way through these fucking ruins to get out of here. That's kind of lame, I'm not gonna lie. Like, and this is what I really wish the game had the parkour system that Avowed has. Because then I could skip all this and I could jump over all this shit, but no, I gotta go all the way back through the ruins. Sorry, quality of life, bitching. Broken game. I'm gonna have to go back through and jump back across. I think that's the only way to do this. But anyway, going back to the previous conversation, everybody that I know and all the people that I used to associate with in my travel days, they're all international people, going all over the world, and finding opportunities all over the world. Like, if you can afford, and this is the thing, afford does not mean financially. Afford means if you can afford to go beyond your local environment, that means different things. It doesn't necessarily just mean financially. It means being willing to make the conscious decision to take the risk of going beyond your comfort zone to find something that's going to be even better for you. But you have to be willing to take those steps, and not everyone is willing to make the plunge, because it means leaving behind your friends and family. It means leaving behind the comfort of having a home base where you know where the local grocery stores are, you know where everything is. It means learning a different language in some cases. It means dealing with airports and visas and lots of little things like that. And not everyone is willing to do that, not for the financial reasons, but because of the comfort reasons. Because not everyone is able to afford to do that for various emotional reasons, let alone financial reasons. Okay, there was something to do with these. I remember coming in here. I remember jumping somewhere to get to this. No, I remember this right here. No, don't want to go down. They're not gonna want me to go up. Man, I cannot remember how the fuck I got in here. I remember I jumped across a bridge on this level because I came in here and I had the conversation with the ghost. This part I remember because we were in here earlier. Yeah, we came in on this level. That other elevator goes up another. We didn't go through there. We came in from here. Okay, I do remember this. We came in from here. Question is, how did I jump down in here? Unless I came through here and I can't get out the same way I came in? Oh, never mind. Oh, here I am. I jumped across this thing. Oh, I fucking missed the jump button. I clicked the wrong button. Avowed really messed up by not making blocky characters, at least per everyone else's videos. Very true. But I mean, I share a lot of stuff over the years for, my day job. Like when Chris and I used to do speaking engagements on brand building and marketing. So my shtick for a long time in the travel industry was living like a local. I had guidebooks called How to Live Like a Local in Insert Destination Here. I had one for Bogota, Colombia, Sofia, Bulgaria, Cancun, Mexico, and then we did some stuff for Costa Brava, Spain. And it was all about how to go to those destinations and live like a local. So not paying tourist prices, but it required learning the language and being willing to stay there for long periods of time. We're talking 2 years, right? 1 to 2 years, 6 months minimum. But by doing so, like the big eye opener for me was I went from, and this is back in 2007. In 2007, I was paying almost $4,000 a month in rent, utilities, groceries, car payments, everything else. Back in 2007 for a place in Greeley, Colorado, which is a middle of the road town. It's a cow town with a college north of Denver in Colorado. And I went to Bulgaria. And suddenly I was like, hang on a second. No one here is paying rent. Why is no one paying rent here? Well, it's because everyone owns their homes. Because of socialized government. It used to be a communist country, so all of the homes were built for everyone under the communist era, which has its problems. However, what was interesting to me, and it opened my eyes to the fact that I started going to Greece, I started going to Italy, I started going to Serbia, Macedonia, all these places in Eastern Europe, no one's paying rent. Like, none of the locals are paying rent. They all own their homes. They're generational homes. And many of those countries were not communist countries. And I didn't know how the rest of the world operated because I had grown up in the United States. And so my entire life, up until the time I was 28 years old, I had done a lot of traveling, but I had never lived abroad. And once I started living abroad, I was like going, oh my God, so you're living in Rome and you don't have rent and you don't have a mortgage because you've got a third generation house or a fifth generation house, or it was a second generation house. And you start going to all these other countries and traveling around the world, and you realize that the reason all of these families live together is because you'll have these generational homes where the great grandparents are in the house living with the whatever's the current head of the household, right? Their kids are living there. So you'll have 3 generations living in the same house, sometimes 4 generations living in the same house. It's a little crowded. You don't have a lot of personal space. But what it allows people is the financial freedom to do a lot of things that people in the United States can't do because everybody's got to have their own place to live when they're 18. Get the fuck out of my house. You're 18. Get the fuck out. Get your own place. Get a mortgage. Get your own car. Get your own apartment. Get your own condo. Get the fuck out. No other country really does it like that, other than like the US. So you start traveling and you start realizing everyone's living together. And because of that, they're able to save money and pay cash when they buy something. And so they're not spending all this money on rent and cost of living. So that opened my eyes to a lot of stuff. So my shtick was how to live like a local in these and so that was always go into the destination where you're going. And if you are going to rent like a local. And locals are not going to spend thousands of dollars a month on rent. Locals are going to look for something where they can spend several $100s a month in rent. And they want fully furnished, and they want X, Y, and Z. I think the UK also does it like that, where it's like, get out of my house at 18 or whatever. And that's because those are those first world commercialized countries where it's all about capitalism. And this is not a political debate. This is fact. This is financial fact, everybody. Those countries do it that way because that's the capitalist way. get a mortgage, pay rent, buy a house. Duolingo is awesome, by the way. UK is the 51st state now. 52nd after Canada. Get in line. But I remember
Always a pleasure to see you.
when I got back from living in Bulgaria, it was 2010, and I went and stayed at my parents' place for a couple of months. And I remember having a conversation with my sister, and I was back in Colorado, and I was looking for a place to rent. And this is 2010, and I couldn't find anything, not in Denver, not in Fort Collins, not in Greeley, Loveland, Colorado Springs. I couldn't find anything to rent that was less than like $800 a month. This is 2010 dollars. I couldn't find anything for less than $800 a month, unfurnished, no utilities included. And none of those places were within walking distance of a supermarket. And I was like, I don't see how, I was like, I don't want to go back to this. Like, because I can go to any major European city and we're not talking UK, but I can go to many, I shouldn't say any, I can go to many major European and Latin American cities and find a fully furnished apartment for like $400 a month. So I can live in the US and pay $800 a month for unfurnished, or I can go find a place fully furnished in a different country for $400, for half the price. So I started talking to my sister, and I was like, I don't really speak any of that. I was like, I wouldn't mind trying Mexico. And my sister was like, you should go to Cancun. And then I got a contract to go write a guidebook on Cancun, so I went to Cancun. And my first studio apartment in Cancun, Mexico, was $325 a month, fully furnished, for a studio apartment back in like 2010, late 2010. $325 a month for a fully furnished studio apartment with internet, air conditioning, all utilities included. I didn't pay anything above and beyond the $325 a month because the internet and utilities were included. I paid for groceries, and that was it. So I was making like $3,000 a month as a freelance writer, paying $325 a month for my rent, and eating out every night at restaurants, and buying tons of tequila and other substances, and having fun on the beach, and going to the gym. And, I was I was 30 years old, I was living high on the hog, it was like, and that just opened my eyes to the possibility of living in other places. And that's where I met Chris. Come here, baby. And I never left. What are you doing? Is it already hot? Okay. Yeah, Germany has free universities too, and that's the other thing. Like, that's a big U.S. racket, man. In the United States, is we're gonna get you for $250,000 for a college education that you can get for free if you go to Brazil or you go to Germany. Right, Scandinavian countries, correct? Correct, Heinrich. Most European countries and in Scandinavia, the universities are for free. Heinrich is saying, as an Icelander, I get free university in Iceland, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, and Finland. Like, yes, you pay high taxes, but you get access to higher education, etc. And you get money to study. Like, they value educating the people. Yeah, this goes beyond my gaming stuff, guys. This is just for, I know those of you who are here long term hear me talk about this from time to time, but I forget who asked the question earlier. We were talking about like the dollar versus the peso and rent costs and everything else. It's just like I don't think I'll ever go back. I've been asked multiple times, would you ever go back and live in the U.S.? And it's like, I would need to be a millionaire to consider going back and living there. Like, I would need to already be a millionaire with at least $10,000 a month of stable income coming in if I wanted to go live in the U.S. I wouldn't do it for anything less than $1 million in the bank and $10,000 a month of guaranteed revenue. Wouldn't do it. It's just not worth it. The costs are too high. The cost of health insurance is too high. Rent is too high. Mortgages are too high. There's no personal freedoms. You know, everything is, you know, it's just not worth it. I have a tiny piece of land here that is paid for. I get to sit here and play video games all day for a living. Why would I want to throw that away? Like, oh, but you could have access to better health care. No, I couldn't. But you could have access to more convenience. What do I need convenience for? But you don't have access to fast food where you live. And? Yeah, I would love a Subway. I would love Subway. I would love a McDonald's every once in a while. Oh yeah, that's another reason I don't go up there very often, Arita, is because my wife is Mexican. And she faces... Dude, we have, the two of us have been called out in Walmart in my parents' home state for speaking Spanish in the grocery store to each other. You're in America, you should speak English. And I turn around and say, bitch, there's no official language for the United States of America, which is a country founded on immigrants. Get the fuck out of my face. Exactly, Arita. If you want better health care and convenience, you don't move to the U.S., you move to Europe. The National Healthcare Service is notoriously bad. On an international level, we've heard horror stories, Hector.
Aurelia's voice, it's different now. I take it you're the reason for that.
People are dumb. Yes, people are dumb. There's also no school shootings here. Like, we have Five Guys? No, we don't have Five Guys here. No, unfortunately. We also don't have In-N-Out Burger. There is Shake Shack, but only in the city.
So,
I would love an In-N-Out Burger.
the piece of myself I've been missing all this time.
No sé.
It feels
De lo que yo sepa, ¿no?
familiar yet strange.
Mételo así, tú puedes
Deeply
sacarlo.
corrupted. If it truly is mine, I cannot leave it in this state. If I try to retrieve part of my soul from this thing, it will
Sí,
poison
búscalo y
me as
mételo.
much as it heals me. She's right. Surprising.
Porque es más
considering
fresco.
the thing
Mételo aquí.
she's whispered
Mételo
to
de
me all
aquí.
this
Saca
time.
la blanca.
And I'd like nothing more than to perform the ritual, but the altar
Los
isn't
pollos
safe.
hermanos.
Too many of the sick gather there. I can't risk it.
I'll tell you what we do have here. I don't like their food, but there's a place called Los Biscuits de Obregón. I don't like their food. What's up, Smeagol? But the biscuits and the donuts, it's called Los Biscuits de Obregón. The food is not that good, but they have a bakery, and they make amazing, like, butter biscuits and donuts and pastries, and the food is not that great, but the bakery foods are the bakery goods are really really good. Yeah, Shake Shack is good, Gustav. I remember when the pandemic was going on, Chris and I went out. We'd been cooped up for like a year and a half, 2 years, and everybody was starting to finally open up their businesses again in the city. And we went, I think it was for Christmas or New Year's, We went and had Shake Shack and spent like $75 on like burgers and cheese fries and chocolate shakes and root beers, and we just got like, it was like, yeah, no more lockdown, woo, $75 at a hamburger joint. uh, Shake Shack's pretty good though. That's like a good international chain. But I do love my Subway, and I don't get Subway very often unless I go to the city. I also like Popeye's chicken. They have Popeye's chicken down here, but only in the city. Where we live, I've told this before, but where we live, there's no fast food at all. Not even local, not even national chains. There are no fast food chains where we live. None, local or international. So we get like the ladies that go out, you know, they'll come to your door and be like, do you want tamales? Do you want tortilla, you know, tacos, tamales, panuchos? That's the fast food here. Or everybody's got a WhatsApp page, a WhatsApp that you can message. They do Facebook. There's like the local Facebook marketplace. That's if you want fast food where I live, you go to the Facebook marketplace and you look for the people who are selling tamales or something out of their house. That's fast food here. There's a couple of pizza joints. There have been some new. Chris and I did find. We went for this has been a few weeks ago. We went and found there's a local place that does like they have a nice little restaurant. The people who own it live across the street. It's their second property, and they built a little restaurant on it. And it's got a nice view out over the river. And they do like wings and burgers and like onion rings and French fries and stuff. It's not very good, but it's nice to go out of your house and just have a sit down where someone else cooks. Yeah, so there's no regulation here. So like what a lot of people do where I live, I should make videos on this shit for the other channel is what I really should do. I should just walk around my town. The problem is I don't like to show off. I don't like to tell people where I live because there are idiots out there who will take where you live and try to do malicious shit to you as a human being. I didn't have a problem with it when I lived in Cancun or Mexico City because that's a big place. You're never going to find me. I live in a small town. I'm like the only gringo here. So, you know, if people find out where I live, it's not that hard for some psychopath to show up and be like, hey, where's the gringo at? You know, I actually think there's several gringos here, but, you know, you get what I mean. But so what a lot of people do here is they own a property. The back side of the property is where they live. The front side of the property is the business. And usually it's like they'll sell tacos or they'll do tortillas. They'll make tortillas or they will have barbacoa or they will do like cochinita. And so they'll cook in their own kitchen, and then they have the front of their home is set up as a vending place right on the street. And then they'll either sell directly from that, and then they'll have a moped, a scooter, and that person will make deliveries. You make a Facebook page, put yourself on the Facebook marketplace, you've got a business. And there's no health inspections, there's no So I mean it's just literally that's and you have to live like why am I blanking? Anthony Bourdain. You just don't be afraid of it. Just embrace it. Yeah, you might occasionally get a bad tortilla or a bad tamale or something, but it's good. It's cheap. It's just home. It's people cooking shit out of their home, you know. But it's not like a restaurant chain or anything like that. You're just getting like so. There's two ladies that we get tamales from on a regular basis because they make really good. I don't even know what chlorinated chicken is, Hector. Holy shit, Miller X. Let me get back to that question in a minute. I could blur certain things out. Yeah, I probably could. The problem is it's hard to pay attention to everything that's behind you because people will put like local phone numbers on the side of their house and stuff, and that's when people can track you down and figure out where you live and stuff. So yeah, there's no like food, like fast food here. There's just like stuff like that. There are restaurants, like I said, we found that one place. We found another place that does they do like river, because we have a river where we live. So they do like river fish and beers. And Chris really wants to go because she loves fish. So they do grilled fish over an open fire. So they have a fire pit and a chimney. They have some really big trees that shade their backyard. And guess what? They live right next door. So they live here and they took the other half of their property and they built a restaurant. So it's an outdoor kitchen underneath the trees. They've got obviously a rooftop and everything, like a brick, but it's an open kitchen, an open air kitchen. And then out front of the open air kitchen are a bunch of tables set up underneath these trees. And it's a little seafood. It's not even seafood. It's not, I don't know what you would call that. It's mariscos and pescados. It's not seafood though. I forget what the terminology is for just fish. But it's like river fish, and you can get beers and fries and stuff. So there are restaurants here. There's a couple of pizza places, which don't have the best pizza in the world, but it's not bad in a pinch. There's a couple of burger places that aren't bad. There's a shitload of taco places, but they're all just local businesses. So this is a really good question. Mellorex asked this. Can I move to the United States and start working construction? Would I be able to earn $20,000 a month, or is that unrealistic? That's completely unrealistic. Completely unrealistic. So I don't know your experience level, but if you're coming in and you're a newcomer, you're going to be making, and I've been out of the construction industry for a long time, but I owned my own company as a third generation contractor for years. Generally speaking, and I think this is true today, you can get a job in construction, and if you're entry level, you're going to be making $15 to $20 an hour. $15 to $20 an hour is what you will get paid to start, and you will work your way up from there. My minimum, so my best months back in 2008, and I was a third generation contractor. I had 2 employees working for me, and I was in my 20s. I was personally making, after paying my employees, I was personally taking home $6,000 to $8,000 a month on an average month. $6,000 to $8,000 a month after I paid my employees. So I was making between $70,000 to $100,000 a year, more or less. Just say $85,000, $90,000 a year was my annual income working construction. And that was no way it was at $20,000 a month. No way. And that was with 20 years of experience. So yeah, you're going to make $3,000, $4,000 a month in construction if you're just starting out. Now, if you're union and you've got a license and you spend 10 years working construction as an electrician or a plumber or something, and you're union, you can get to the point where you're making $8,000, $10,000 a month. But you're not going to make $20,000 a month unless you're the owner, and you're going to need to do a hell of a lot of business to make $20,000 a month. That's just not realistic at all. No. You're going to be looking at $4,000 a month probably. And that's, depending on taxes. Hang on. Final part of the process is wash the chicken in chlorine? No, man. The way it is here is like all of these local people raise chickens. So when we buy a chicken that we didn't take care of, we do most of our own. I don't think most anymore. I think about a third of the chicken that we do ourselves. Chris butchers our own chicken. The other 60% of the time or whatever, we're buying chicken from other places. And those places are killing their chickens the morning of. So they kill the chicken, pluck the chicken, sell the chicken within the next hour or two. A lot of the places where Chris goes and buys chicken, she will go say, hey, do you have any chicken available? And the lady would say, come back in an hour. I have to kill it and pluck it. And so Chris will give her the deposit. She will come home. She'll go back in an hour. They will have a freshly killed and plucked chicken. So we are getting our chicken fresh out of the backyard. That's where we get our chicken. So there's no need to chlorinate and wash it and pasteurize it and do all that shit. That's commercial chicken. So if you buy your chicken from the grocery store, yeah, it's going to probably be processed in some ways. But most people are here, like there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think there's 10 or 12 within 5 minutes of my house. There are 10 or 12 places that I can go buy beef, pork, or chicken, and all of it has been killed this morning and cut today. And everybody does daily deliveries. So yeah, all of the meat that we consume is the day of, fresh today. That would be like a Muller X. What you're describing is a handyman, like a handyman, like it's a handyman is the word, a handyman. It's someone who does everything. They do electric, they do plumbing, they do carpentry, and they usually, if you're a good handyman, you'll have one guy you work for, and they'll keep you busy with all their projects. But that's pretty rare to find. Yeah, it's like 40 grand a year. Yeah, like 35, 40 grand a year, like Mithril said, is like the average wage for a construction worker getting going. Well, that just goes back, Hector, to like why I don't want to leave, like why I would never consider moving away from where I live. Like we have a very, I know some people will look at my homestead channel and be like, oh, you guys live in poverty, and it's like, just because our place isn't pretty, like, because I haven't painted the walls of my home, and I have a dirt backyard with a lot of chickens running around, like, what makes you think I'm living in poverty? Like, I get fresh food every day. I have all my own eggs. I have a bunch of ducks now. We have a bunch of cats. Like, it's the brainwashing that some people have gone through to think that it's brainwashing is what it is. Why would I want to trade this for like processed food and quadruple the cost of living? Oh, there's a patch? Maybe? Let me go double check the Xbox page really quick. Although they usually do the Steam patch before the Xbox patch, so. But just out of curiosity. Correct, Mithril. Yes. I know some people would be like, yeah, but it's only like half an acre or whatever, and I'm like, I don't care. It's paid for. How much do you own? What's that? You don't own anything? You're renting? You have a mortgage? You have a car payment? Yeah, let me show you this. I gotta pull this video up, Erudite. Hang on a second. This is a really funny thing, and I gotta go pull this up really quick. I gotta find my brother's TikTok. There's gonna be some music in the background here, guys. Possibly when I open this up. So I gotta find the video he did. He did this recently. Oh, TikTok's being cranky. So we have had we've had a good laugh about this multiple times on my brother's TikTok and his ranch page. So there is the misconception about demonstrative wealth and visual excess that Erudite was just saying on Twitch is a legit thing, because he's had a ton of people who have criticized and like said, you're not really a rancher because you don't have a $150,000 pickup truck. And he's like, bitch, I have a multi-million-dollar operation, but my truck is paid for. Like, and I need to find, because he did a recent video because they just bought a new stock trailer, which is expensive, like, but they paid for it in cash. And I can't find the video now because TikTok's being cranky about loading. But anyway, let me show this really quick. So I wish I could find the video, but it's buried in his TikTok feed somewhere. So this is my brother's TikTok, and it's not wanting to load some of the videos. So my brother owns a cattle ranch. This is his personal TikTok page, which he has 18,000 followers. He's monetized. He has put a lot of time. He's like 3 years into his TikTok journey. So he's doing what I do on YouTube, but he does for his ranch through TikTok. And then they have a ranch TikTok page. They have a ranch YouTube channel, but neither one of those are monetized yet. And I help produce the video content for the ranch YouTube and the ranch TikTok. Oh, here it is. I think this is the video.
I just got done installing this permanent tag on.
No, that's the one that he just did the tags. So he had a really old stock trailer. So a brand new stock trailer costs like $30,000, $40,000, right? So he had this really old stock trailer that he'd been using, which he actually bought off of my dad, that my dad bought new in like 1988 or 89 or something. So that stock trailer had been through the ringer. It had the roof replaced. It had the panels replaced. And they finally, this year, made enough money that he went and bought a new stock trailer. I wish I could find the video, but I'm not seeing it here. And some of these videos aren't loading right now because TikTok is being cranky. But I was going to show you the video because the thing was is we were talking about the Erudite said something, demonstrative wealth and visual excess. So he gets a lot of commentary on his personal page and on his ranch page about how he must not be a real rancher because he doesn't have a $150,000 pickup truck. And he had this video where he was specifically showing, like, here's my $150,000 pickup truck. And he has a Dodge. It's paid for in cash. You know, and it's worth probably $35,000, you know. I can't remember what he paid for it. I think he probably paid like $25,000 for it, and then he's put like $8,000 or $10,000 into it because he's his own mechanic. So he does his own upgrades and replaces all his own parts. I'm trying to reload and see if I can find the video, and I'm not finding it, so it's a lost cause at this point. But the joke of that video was, here's my $150,000 pickup truck. You know, it's got 225,000 miles on it, but it's paid for. And then here's the brand new stock trailer that we just bought, which we paid for in cash. You know, so it's like the idea of demonstratable wealth and visual excess is what leads many people to living in abject poverty, because they have to have the best to show the other people that they're living a good life, and so they have to have that big expensive truck, car, ranch, pickup truck, you know, Tesla, Lexus, BMW, etc., etc., etc. And like he and I have had some really fun conversations about like the truck thing in particular. Like a truck costs as much as a house these days. Like, especially if you're trying to buy like a US made Ford or Chevy or something, they want $125,000 for a brand new pickup truck. And he's like, in what world am I going to go get a bank loan to spend on a $125,000 truck that loses half of its value the minute I drive it off the lot? Like, the minute you leave the lot, it's no longer worth $125,000. It's worth $60,000. The moment you drive it off the lot, you drive it half a mile and it loses half of its value. Like, that is the stupidest decision you could ever make from a financial standpoint. So, like, he always drives old beat up, not beat up, but like they have the ranch truck, which he bought for like $7,000. And then they have, he has his day-to-day truck, which he's, spent $25,000-$30,000 on, but it doesn't look like a successful rancher to many people. They're like, there's no way you're successful. You're driving that piece of shit. There's no way you're successful. He's like, all right, my banknote would say otherwise. All right. We have to prepare the altar for the ritual. Exactly, Erudite. It's unhinged to want to spend that kind of money on something. You could find a completely reliable used vehicle that gets you everything you need mechanically for a fraction of the cost. Yeah, so I get a chuckle when I've had people. It's been a while. I think it's been a couple of years, but I know a couple of years ago there was a group of people who were publicly mocking me because they had found my Homestead channel and they shared it during one of their streams, and they were mocking me publicly for having a, look at his little half-acre property. He's living in poverty off in the middle of Mexico because he can't actually make it in the U.S. And it's like, all right, you think whatever you want to think.
You'll fall to my sword.
My shit is paid for. I have, and I run away from him every time, Mithril, and I reload the game. I've come up against him like 4 or 5 times, and I just reload. I haven't found a way to kill him yet. I don't know if you need special weapons or if it's just meant to be an undefeatable foe. Yeah, exactly, Heinrich. Those guys, traditionally, most of them do live in their parents' basements. It's like, either that or they're paying some obnoxious mortgage that's like $2,000 a month or $3,000 a month. My favorite thing of all time, guys, is when someone says, yeah, they'll say something like, I own this really nice house and I own this really cool car. And it's like, are you making payments on it? Well, I mean, yeah, but no. You don't own shit. The bank owns that. Because if you get sick or you break a leg and you can't make a payment, they are going to come take that shit. You don't own anything. You are making payments to rent it. And the moment you miss a rent payment, it's not yours anymore. The stupidity of people who think they own something when they're making payments on it is, oh my god.
Have some spare food, of course.
What's up? Is Blanca out? Okay. Parece dejaste de salir. Okay.
Have some spare food, of course.
Yeah, only idiots trust the banks. Like, that's literally what it comes down to. Only idiots trust banks. Or banks and governments. If you trust the bank or the government, you're an idiot. Like, I'm gonna get a pension from the government when I turn 65. No, you're not. You might. Don't bet the bank on that. The clunk noise when you leave the lot is 20% falling off the price. Yeah, it's a blessing and a curse, Transcend, because I've been paying rent since I was 15. So I've always, and I never finished high school and I never went to college. So I've had to do a lot of shit to survive. And when you do a lot of shit to survive, you end up doing lots of things. So I have a ton of life experience. I've been relatively successful at everything I've done. Relatively successful. And I have not worked for anybody as an employee since I was 20, with the exception of one client who I worked for 2 years on contract, and then they hired me full-time for a year, and then they got bought out, and that was my last project before I did this full-time. And that was the first time I'd worked for someone exclusively since I was like 20. So yeah.
Thank you, truly.
That gives you a lot of experience in a lot of different
so
fields.
Much for me, but I must ask for one more thing. Your presence. This is something I can't. This isn't something I can face alone. Thank you. May the All-Mother guide us both.
Alright, time to do a ritual. Even my most unsuccessful venture was still successful. I've never... Yeah, even my most unsuccessful venture I still made money on long term. I didn't get the outcome that I wanted, but like I still got something out of it, But as they say, every failure is just a lesson on the road to success. It teaches you what not to do next time. If at first you don't succeed, try again.
The All-Mother's light will reveal the truth or burn it away. Are you ready?
Yeah, I had a tough stuff that others have to deal with. Yes. I remember I caught a lot of flack when I was running the MMO studio because there was all the press were making statements about how like it was a big deal that like all these people at like CD Projekt Red and Gearbox, I can't remember, all these studios, it was coming out that everybody was working like crunch, and everybody's talking about crunch is this evil thing, no one should ever have to work crunch, and I have a very unsympathetic view of that. If a company is working, if the employees are working an unnecessary amount of crunch, that's bad management, and that definitely should be punished. But my perspective is I'm a business owner. My life is crunch. Because guess what? As the business owner, I don't get to take a sick day. I don't get to have a mental health day. I don't get to have, oh, my dog died, I need to take care of it day. I don't get to take those days because I'm a business owner. I have legal obligations that require me to fulfill my financial obligations no matter what happens. There could be an earthquake. There could be a tornado. I could lose my leg. I could get in a car crash. Anything can happen. I still owe someone money at the end of the month, whether it's the bank or an investor. Someone wants their cut. And as a business owner, I don't get the luxury of saying, I don't feel like working today. Oh, my mental health. And I get it. Mental health days are very important. It's very important for people to have mental health days. But if you're a business owner, you don't have that luxury. And you lose the right to complain if you're a business owner. Like literally, you don't get to complain when you're a business owner. You suck it up and you get shit done. You're either the hardest worker in the room or you fail. Like, there is no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no options. It's like, my brother and I have some really good talks about this. Like, he has a big banknote, for their ranch. There is no, I get to go home and take a sick day. There is, I owe X amount of money at the end of the year. I got to make that bank payment. How do I make that happen? Okay. I'm sick today. I need to find someone to do what I can't do. I need to have a helper. I need to have a reliable backup. You have to find a way to make things happen. And so when you're a business owner, you don't get to bitch about crunch. You just figure shit out. Like, you find a way to make it happen. If you can't do it, then someone else has to do it. So, yeah, the owners. So yeah, it's a different thing. Yeah, but that's a gross exaggeration of the discussion, Mithril. Like, Bobby Kotick as the CEO, like, that's a gross over exaggeration of what I'm talking about. Like, that's not even in the same conversation. Because there is a major issue with pay disparity in, like, the U.S. and those markets. But I will also tell you this: as much as we all love to hate on Bobby Kotick, as much as we love to hate on him, the employees who come in and just punch a clock and work their 8 hours a day and want to go home and never work crunch, they don't want to work overtime, and they don't ever want to risk anything, there's a reason they are only ever going to make $40,000 a year. So CEOs and the suites, like the C-suite, they do, and I'm not talking gross overcompensation here, but I am speaking, generally speaking, C-suites deserve to be compensated at a higher level than the average person who works at the company, because they are risking more than the average person, because they have legal obligations, and that if they don't fulfill, they can end up in court, they can go to jail, there's a lot of repercussions if you are a C-suite executive for a company related to if the business fails or succeeds. Which makes the compensation higher. We're not talking gross compensation. We're not talking not talking the gross overcompensation and those type of things. But I can tell you this much: as a business owner, I definitely deserve to be paid 10 times more than the average person who's just going to work for a wage. I absolutely deserve a minimum of 10 times more, because I have 10 times the risk. I don't get to take sick days. I don't get mental health days. I have legal obligations that could put me in jail. I have responsibilities that can end up with me getting accused of fraud, false advertisement. Like, all of these things I shoulder the responsibility of as the business owner. So I don't have a lot of sympathy for the people who complain about, oh, I had to work some overtime. Bitch, please. You get to take a sick day whenever you want. I'm being very exaggerative here, but it's like... But yeah, we're not talking about the Bobby Koticks of the world right now, though. We're talking about just normal business owners, not these guys that are making $250 million a year contracts, and that's a different thing altogether. That is a different thing. That is a plague that needs to be fixed. Like, that's the reason why the thing that happened with the healthcare executive, was that earlier this year, or was that late last year when that happened? When that guy got unalived, the like big CEO of a healthcare company in the U.S. No one had sympathy for him. Nobody. Why? Because the guy was making $250 million a year while denying genuinely sick people health care. That's the scum of the earth. That's something that, sorry, that's karma. Like, Mellorex says, my mother owns a restaurant and she just had to deal with fake receipts for payments. Yep. Oh, you know what the big thing is here is people who use counterfeit bills. So every place you go to pay cash for, they'll have like a scanner, and they'll run the scanner, and then they'll hold up the bill, and they have to check bills, because counterfeit bills are a big deal because people are shitty. And if you're the business owner, you have to deal with that. You know, that's another thing where it's like, if you're the business owner, if I own a restaurant, like Mellorex is just saying, if I as the business owner own a restaurant, and someone comes in and orders $1,000 worth of food and pays me with a fake bills, or they pay me through credit card fraud or something, and then I'm on the hook for that $1,000. That means if maybe I don't make that much money at my restaurant, maybe my restaurant is middling, and I've only got 3 employees. Where am I now? All of a sudden, that $1,000 is like the paycheck for those 3 people today. Well, guess what? I'm still responsible for those 3 people's paycheck, and I'm still responsible for restocking the refrigerator to make up for the food that someone just stole from me by not paying me legitimate currency. So I, as the business owner, I'm the one who is at risk for all of that, and I have a legal obligation to buy more food and pay my employees. I deserve compensation for that. I deserve to be compensated way more than the waiter, or the person who's the busboy, or the dishwasher, because I'm the one who has the legal responsibility and the financial responsibility to take care of all that, no matter the fact that it was somebody else's fuck up. And that's what I'm talking about here. We're not talking Bobby Kotick levels of gross overcompensation. We're talking about, you know, as a business owner, it takes a different mind. It takes a different mind to be a business owner. I would love to take a mental health day. I can now, but, you know, thankfully I don't work a job where I need to take mental health days. Although I will say the trolls can be pretty shitty some days, but I still make money, so it's, at the end of the day, I still win. That's true, Devon. You also run the risk of getting in trouble at the federal level if you try to take that money to the bank and you didn't know that it was counterfeit. Right? Those are the risks as a business owner. And, like, there are a lot of people who don't understand those types of risk, and they will yell from the bottom, "It's not fair! It's not fair, that person's making more money than me. It's not fair." Yes, it is. It's 100% fair. What risk are you taking by showing up to a job where you can call in sick? Like, and I get it. You know, there's nothing wrong with just having a job and going to work and making a fair wage for whatever it is that you enjoy doing. There's nothing wrong with that. But you also lose the right to complain about, like, the people higher up the food chain making more money than you if you're not willing to take the risks that are associated with that higher wage. And again, we're not talking the Bobby Kotick CEOs of major American corporations who make 5 million times more than what the average worker at the company makes. But, you know, Someone making $250,000 a year as the manager of a company versus someone making $50,000 a year as an employee of the company, that is in my book, that is a pretty fair compensation level for the level of risk and responsibility the person making $250,000 a year is putting on the table compared to the person who shows up for work every day and can clock out whenever they want. But there is a cycle of fairness that has to exist for everybody. Yes, Erudite, I am absolutely in favor of wages being capped. I absolutely believe that we should have wage caps for C-level suites, for C-suite executives. There should be a wage cap for sure. None of this $250 million a year salary when everybody else is only making 60 grand a year. No. There's no voiceovers for this quest. This is a bug. Not a big deal. I've played enough Rogue Trader over the years to survive without voiceovers. Alright, so we've hopefully convinced her to come heal the people. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, corruption is a legit thing. If you can't afford to pay your staff a living wage, you shouldn't be in business. I can agree. I can get behind that for sure. One of the worst things I've ever seen is like in the US, you can get away with not paying your waiters a livable wage. Like, how is that legal? I'll never understand that because of tips. Like, you're not actually, which is why I'm so happy that tips for the most part don't exist outside of the US. Like, most countries pay their waiters a livable wage and they don't rely on tips. But in the US, it's like, we'll give you $2 an hour and you're supposed to make the rest up in tips. And it's like, Jesus, that's so corrupt.
So, this is what it feels like to be whole again. It's strange. Like I've been walking in a fog all these years. Blind to what I've lost.
The problem with livable wage is it just depends on where you live.
The light is so clear.
That's a huge discrepancy. That's why we don't have a universal income internationally. Because cost of living in Russia is different than the UK, is different than the US, is different than Canada, is different than Lithuania.
They were my strength. First, I will return to the people of Kunat. They deserve the priestess I promised to be. Not the bitter shell I became. You have done more for me than I ever could have asked
in the perfect Star Trek utopia, we have a universal income where everyone, in that case, Star Trek utopia, no one makes any money because we've moved beyond capitalistic needs. But the concept of a universal income,
no, you didn't.
Where everyone is equal, is a beautiful utopian idea.
To carry this forward.
But
thank you, truly.
It's not feasible with where we are as a species at the moment.
I will face it with open arms and a whole heart.
So my wife spent her whole career in the service industry, as a waitress, as a hostess, as a check-in person at hotels. So and as a cashier at like a restaurant. So my wife that's all she ever did was work in the hospitality industry. And believe me, I understand the shit that those people go through, and the way they are treated. Her sister as well, her sister that moved to Cancun. But her sister still, like I said, she worked there for like 10 years, put a bunch of money into savings, and then went back home and started her rental properties. And that's what she does now. But like, I never worked in the hospitality industry myself, but I can speak on it with some authority because my wife did. Dude, what is up with this dude? Do I have to, like, get him when his shield's down? Oh, I got him that time. I think I have to hit him in the head. Wow, shields are pretty impressive in this game. Like, he 100% blocked all of my arrows. Exactly, Erudite. We can't have universal equality when people inherently desire to be superior in some way. Well, there's also human nature. We still live with the issue of human nature, meaning that if 10 people get paid the same amount of money to do the same job, and the job is not skill-based. So a good example I've always used is if 10 people are hired to sweep a floor, and I sweep the floor 5 times faster, and my floor is 5 times cleaner than the other 9 people, but yet I'm only making the same amount of money as the other 9 people, I have lost the incentive to do that ever again. I'm never going to bother with making the floor as clean as or doing it as fast as I did the first time, because I realized that my value, there's no value in doing it quicker or better, because I'm being compensated the same as the person who doesn't do it as fast or as good. That is the inherent problem with universal incomes, and that's one of the issues we face as a society, because there's no incentive to work hard if you're not being compensated for that effort. Where did all these guys come from? Oh, I finally reached encumbered status. Hang on, I gotta scroll up because you guys are talking about what's a fair livable wage. Yeah, that's an impossible question to answer, because what's a livable wage depends entirely on where you live. Yeah, because, like, I could tell you that where I live, the livable wage is not something that I would ever consider working for. But that's because my brain says I'm from this other place where the livable wage is much higher because the cost of living is much higher. So I don't want to work for what's the livable wage here, because the livable wage there is that much more. But that's brainwashing, essentially. But because I don't live there, per se. So that's the problem when you start talking about livable wage. Man, that just depends on where you live. And then there's, like, even like in the US, and this is the same for the EU, every country in the EU and every state in the US and every province in Canada has a different cost of living associated with it. So, like, Alaska, as an example, in the US is way more expensive to live in than Missouri. And the reason is because it's so remote that it costs a ton of money to import all of the food and the produce and the things that they need for the society to function. So the costs to take everything up there, the cost of gas, the cost of diesel, the cost of transportation to get the goods to Alaska, drive the cost of living up. So the cost of living is so much higher in Alaska. The livable wage in Alaska is much higher than it is for someone in Missouri. And then if you start going to like Argentina versus Lithuania, etc., then you're still talking like the cost of living is dramatically different where we live. And so that's an impossible conversation to have because we don't have a universal cost of living or a universal wage because of all the disparities that we have between different governments and tax rates. And that's why that, like, Star Trek Utopia is a great concept, but goddamn, I don't know how we would ever be able to get there. Like, I really don't know how we would get there because it would require a fundamental shift of how society works. And I just don't think that we're there yet. Let's drop some of these. I don't need 2 shovels. I definitely don't need 2 fishing poles. Yep, universal healthcare is also a thing that can drive the costs up. All of that is true. Someone said something earlier, like we should, like all old people should be taken care of. I absolutely agree with that. If you have put in your time and you have benefited society and you've worked your ass off, like you deserve to be taken care of in your old age. You deserve dignity. You deserve a retirement. You deserve a pension. Like, a good example of this is my grandmother was never allowed to retire. She worked until the day she died. Why? Because her pension didn't pay enough for her to live in the country where she lived. And she lived in Missouri, which is a relatively low cost of living in the United States as a general whole. But her government pension combined with her factory pension, because she did factory work, both of her pensions combined did not pay enough for her to pay for her basic cost of living. She ended up having to go live with family members in her last few years because she couldn't afford to live on her own with her pension. How fucked up is that? You put your whole life into the system. You pay your taxes. You pay your dues. You work your whole fucking life. You're 70 years old and you're not even allowed to like take time. You have to still work part-time to pay your bills because your pension doesn't cover enough. That's fucked up. Yeah, Jay, I think you're not wrong. I think it would require some sort of global catastrophe to get us to the Star Trek point. Change of heart. Man, I got a quest here a minute ago for something related to those undead we were killing. Huh. What's a myth? I don't know what you're referring to, Mithril. Erudite says, do you count taxes under livable wage? Ooh, is a tithe a part of a livable wage? That's another good question. Yeah, because some countries have like a theocracy. Dude, Hector, I have a funny story to tell about this. So, I remember I had been living in Bulgaria for a few years, and I had come back to visit. And we were up in the highlands of Colorado, up in the mountains. And I went to this barbecue on the 4th of July. It was like some friends of my parents. They were sheep farmers way up in the mountains, and they had a big multi-million-dollar sheep operation. And I'd been living in Bulgaria for a couple of years at that point, and Bulgaria has a social healthcare system on top of a private healthcare system if you want to pay into it. And so I had gotten my teeth cleaned and a crack taken care of for like $20 US was what I paid out of pocket. And I had gotten some other stuff, gone to the doctor and some other stuff, all covered under my social medicine, under the taxes that I was paying, right? And so I went to this barbecue And people were talking. This is like 2004, 2005, and people are talking about. There's 34 people in the garage. We're all having a barbecue. Everybody's drinking, and somehow the topic got on like the cost of healthcare and stuff. And I piped up that I was like, well, I just got my teeth taken care of for like $20, and the cost to do the same thing in the U.S. without insurance and stuff is like $300-400. And I got it done for $20, and I was like, and I went and got this, that, and that done. And having spent a couple of years there, I can really see the value in a social medical system that's done the right way. Dude, you could have heard a pin drop. Like the whole garage went completely silent, and all of a sudden I hear somebody in the back go, "Is he a communist?" Like that's the level of brainwashing that has gone on in some places where they are so hook, line, and sinker think that private medicine is the only way to go. And it's like, you guys do realize that the vast majority of the world doesn't do it that way. The tithe question is a really good one, though, because like in Catholic countries, is the tithe considered part of the livable wage discussion? Because you're expected to give that 10% on top of your taxes. Like, that's a legit interesting thing to consider. I may have to wait for this guy. Yeah, he won't talk to me. Ooh, I can level up. Man, I don't know where else I want to spend my points right. Oh, I guess I have one more point I could put in the bow. And then I think I've got all the bow skills that I want for now. I'll have to start thinking about where else do I want to spend my points. Come here.
Yes. And here are the remains of Sir Valen himself. Justice finally caught up with him.
He was a scoundrel, a drunkard, and a libertine. And an aristocrat, too. At the Camelot court, he plotted, seduced, and stabbed people in the back.
Nothing wrong with a little seduction.
Eventually, he was betrayed himself.
And he ended up here as a common bandit. Or rather, your handful of coins for his head.
Yeah, let's not even get into the discussion of like in the U.S. how you can have a religious entity that is completely tax-free. And so you have these billionaire churches, like, it's so fucked up, man. God wants me to have this plane. God wants me to have this fleet of Mercedes. Buy my subscription plan and you too can be blessed just like me. I need to start a church is what I need to do. That sounds like the next step of my evolution. I need to start a religion. That's what L. Ron Hubbard did. Like, Scientology literally is the brain creation of a science fiction author. It is the funniest shit ever. Ever. All right, I think we're gonna go finish the Men Here Rights.
Anything else?
I loved the South Park episode they did on Scientology. That was That was amazing is what that was. Ouch! I'm gonna have the Scientologist after me now. Okay, I don't know how to get over there, so... Looks like we can maybe take this path. Oh! No. I forgot I needed something very important before we leave. I need to do a cell run. Because I have a bunch of stuff, and I was just overweight a minute ago. I don't think I can sell to her.
You're here. Speak your piece or...
Who is a vendor near here? Loading screen! Oh no! She was dual-wielding two-handed swords. Percival's right blade, Percival's left blade. So does that mean that you could literally take an ability that lets you dual-wield two-handed weapons? Look at the stat requirements. 10 strength, 6 dex, 5 practicality. You really have to spec your character in a specific way to use those swords. I wonder if there's a tier beyond blue, because I've never seen anything beyond blue gear. I can't sell the stolen ones. Deeks, it's like it's, if I remember correctly, I never used it beyond the tutorial. I've never used the ability. It's, yeah, you're still to be, I think it's these two buttons at the same time. It's the two triggers at the same time. It's either the two bumpers or the two bottom. I forget which it is. I'll tell you in a second when I get out of here. But it's very specific and it's a pain in the ass to it took me like 5 or 6 tries to get it to work before I could pass that section of the tutorial. Matter of fact, my first impression video actually shows me struggle busing that. Like the first impression, I was like, wait, what? It's, hang on. Nope, that wasn't it. I may have to have a melee. I may have to have a melee. Yeah. So it can't be a ranged weapon. It needs to be your melee weapon. It's both these buttons at the same time. Watch. That's it. That's the shove. So you can shove forward, you can shove back. It's both the buttons at the same time, but you got to have a melee weapon equipped. You can't do it with the ranged weapon equipped. So like if I have the bow, he just shoots the bow. It won't do it. Yep, you're welcome. Yeah, I struggle bust with that too in the tutorial because it was like I didn't quite see the on-screen thing and I was like, wait, what? Alright. I think we have enough arrows to make this happen. Spicy, dude. There's some. I found a whole. Just wait. There, you remember the Lusty Argonian maid like from Elder Scrolls Light? So there's an adventure story here. I think it's like I may have the book still on me. I may have just sold it. It's like the Adventures of Leliana or something. And it's like, so when you find the bookstore in this town that I'm in right now, there's a whole series. And when you go to the bookstore, the owner's like, if you're here to read the porn, just leave now. Because apparently people come in and we're reading the books and like doing their business in her bookstore. And she's like, no. But there's a whole series of books that are quite. I did a YouTube short and TikTok video around one of the books that I found. I like read it in a voiceover, but there's a whole series. I didn't realize there was a whole series. And then I found the bookstore and I was like, oh shit, there's like a whole series of adventures with this lady and her adventures. They all have really slutty names. All right, hang on before we go any deeper. I gotta check a couple things here. Is it a PC patch or? I didn't see anything on Xbox a second ago. I'll go check again here in a minute. Yeah, definitely save scum. Until you get good at the lockpicking. I do appreciate the fact that I can scum save in this game. And I like the fact that you can do a quick save from the radial menu. The lockpicking took me a little bit to get used to in this game. But once I get used to the lockpicking, it's a little bit easier. The big thing for me was when I played the review copy, there was no sound effects related to the lockpicking, so I was breaking tons of lockpicks because I couldn't hear what was going on when I was trying to do the lockpicking. Okay. Let's go to this next. Oh, you're still having that issue? Are you playing the demo? It might be a demo thing. Because it got fixed in the live version. At least on the Xbox, anyway. Yeah, if you're in the demo, it's probably a demo thing. Because they have a specific build they're using for the demo. Wow, I don't see a way in here yet. Oh, there's a ramp. I'm not going to check see if there's any more coffee, guys. Oh no, I fell. I'm getting thirsty and we're 4 hours in. This looks like some sort of a dam. Let's not fall down in there. Let's take a peek. Oh, oh, oh.
Let your guard down.
Somebody heard that. I love the slow-mo crit shots. The benefit of being older, Tutot, is that with age comes wisdom.
I'll strike you down.
I'm very rarely wrong, but that's just because I've already fucked up enough in my life to know what not to do. Oh, what is that? If you're fighting with two weapons, increase the damage by 25%. Dude, I wonder if that only applies to your melee damage, though. Huh. I wish there was an easy way to track. I would have to go back to my... All right, that's my encumbrance limit, which I actually love. That gives me max health by 10. Let me... I don't know where I would see this. Here, I know what I'm gonna do. Because I bet if let's see, weapon damage is 304% and 325% currently. I'm genuinely curious if this is only going to affect melee damage. That is a pretty badass ring, though. If you're fighting with 2 weapons, increase damage by 24%. Well, I dual wield, so I'm definitely fighting with 2 weapons. No, it didn't change anything. So let me... Okay, now I'm wielding 2 weapons. There it goes. Oh shit, yeah, it did. Now, however, so my melee damage went from 304% to 379%, and my ranged went from 325% to 400%. But I'm willing to bet it's only when I'm dual wielding, because it didn't show me any of those damages. So I can't do ranged. And I bet I can't even do like thrown daggers or something, because I think the moment I switch away from hold that thought though, because I might be able to actually do the thrown daggers. Can you do daggers here? I've never tried to use the daggers before. I don't see that I can equip those anywhere. Yeah, I think thrown daggers act like a bow. So the moment you do it, you're switching away. Yeah, so it only applies to melee. However, that's still pretty awesome for melee damage. Like, that's a big bonus. That's definitely better than the 10 hit points I was getting from that other ring. Hell yeah. So that's a massive boost to my melee damage. Am I gonna have to swim? Alright, we're gonna quick save. 4 weapons slots. Yeah, it's nice. Mistakes in your old age are less forgiving. Yeah, it's true. It's like young, dumb, and full of nah. Get it out of your system when you're young, because there ain't no room for fuck-ups when you're older. Things hurt a lot more when you're older. You fall down and scrape your knee, it's a lot more painful than when you're 20. Oh. All right, let me go see if there's any more coffee, guys. I'll be right back. be cool if this game had double hand crossbows. Avowed had double everything. The dual wield in Avowed was amazing. Oh shit, it's nighttime and I didn't AFK. I didn't like pause the menu. That could. Oh no, he's right there. I was just fucking saying. No! No! That fucker. I don't think he'll follow me down here. He's unkillable as far as I'm aware. I was literally just commenting on, I can't believe I left my computer, like, not paused, and it went nighttime, and he didn't attack me, and then he literally was there right as I turned the camera around. Asshole. Alright, folks, what are some good anti-rage bait videos that I can work on this afternoon? Because we got to come up with some more this afternoon. I've got a list somewhere of ones that we were doing before. I think JK had said what the devs don't want you to know about is a good one. Let's quick save. What is this? There's like a, is that a button or a shield? Oh, I'm gonna drown. Go! I wonder if my breath bar resets. Cause I'll have to reload if it doesn't, because I spent too much time like trying to play around with that button instead of just swimming straight down. Oh, it did reset. Yay! Okay. Shit, how do I get out of here? That's not good. I bet we don't have a map in here. We do not have a map in here. Alright. The water is... They've done a good job with the water in this game, I will say that much. Alright, the clanging of the bells is not helping me with the creepiness of this environment. Hanged skeletons everywhere. There's like a gargoyle up ahead. There's some stairs. Just don't come to life, please. Don't come to life. That's a big ass skeleton, dude. Alright, there's something up here and something down below. Oh, I bet this is the way out, if I had to guess. This might be like a portal or something that leads me out. Nope, I don't know where this goes. I will take the concoctions. Well, I don't know where any of that goes. I'd say there's only one way forward, and that's deeper in. But there's bad guys deeper in. Aye, there's bad guys deeper in. It's a dungeon, you dumbass. The clanging of the bells, I'm not a fan of. That just makes me terrified every time it happens, because when there's like bells like that, you know bad shit's about to go down. Oh, there's one of those critters. I think he already saw me. Oh, you know what? All right. Botany would be a good place. More priced than where I live. Yeah, botany could help. All right, kids. I need to wrap it up here. I got informed a minute ago that we need to go to the hardware store and pick out a stepladder because we had some lights blew out and we don't have a stepladder for Chris to get up there and change it. We've been talking about buying a stepladder for like 3 months, and we finally just need to go buy one because there's other things we need too. So I'm gonna head out. I will be back at some point later today. We're gonna come back and do some more Hogwarts Legacy. I haven't done an afternoon stream in a few days. And I want to keep plugging away at that game. It'll probably be late afternoon. What's up? Oh, you're writing stuff down. It'll probably be late afternoon. I've been starting to look at doing my afternoon streams at like 5 o'clock after the heat of the day. So we're still in hot season right now. So I'll be back with Hogwarts Legacy at some point this afternoon, but it'll probably be late afternoon. So otherwise, for those of you who are following along with the Tainted Grail journey, I'll be back for more Tainted Grail tomorrow morning, bright and early. And then we've got a whole lot of Dune Awakening coverage starting to happen. Tomorrow, by the way, we will be doing, we'll be playing Tainted Grail for a few hours, and then we're going to switch over and we're going to watch the Dune Awakening live stream together as a watch party. So tomorrow is going to be a pretty busy morning. So tomorrow it'll be a long stream tomorrow morning because we'll do a few hours of Tainted Grail, and then we're going to go watch the Dune Awakening live stream together. But tonight, later this afternoon, whatever, we'll do Hogwarts Legacy. And then, yeah, we got to get prepped. June's going to be a busy month because we got Dune. We've got the Altars on the 13th. If you haven't played the demo yet for the Altars, I would highly suggest going and playing the Altars demo. That game's coming to Game Pass on the 13th of June. Looks awesome. It's kind of like Death Stranding mixed with some other stuff in terms of like the building and the survival components. And then we have Death Stranding 2 at the end of June. So June is going to be a busy month. I can't wait for Dune, guys. Dune has got me I'm super concerned about how much time I'm going to lose to Dune Awakening, guys. It's going to suck my soul. Alright, I'll see you guys later today for Hogwarts Legacy, which is just like this game, because it's another walking sim. With wands and magic. I'm a wizard!